Well, $60 billion, that's more than the entire valuation of many Fortune 500 companies, right? It's twice what NASA gets in a year, and it is the price tag of a single option. Elon Musk just secured, for SpaceX. Yesterday, the world of aerospace and AI collided. SpaceX officially announced a strategic partnership with Cursor, the AI coding startup that has taken the developer world by storm. But this isn't just a partnership. SpaceX now holds the exclusive right to buy Cursor for 60 billion by the end of 2026. Why would a rocket company, one that just merged with XAI and is targeting a 1.75 trillion IPO, drop that kind of cash on a code editor? Is it just about helping engineers write faster apps, or is this the missing link that finally makes the city on Mars a reality? Today we are deconstructing the SpaceX Cursor deal, the colossal supercomputer, and why the road to the red planet is now paved with billions of lines of AI generated code. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed with our analysis. If you aren't a developer, you might not realize how big Cursor has become. It's a fork of the VS Code, but it has been rebuilt from the ground up with AI at its core. It pioneered what enthusiasts call the vibe coding, the ability to describe a complex feature in plain English and watch the AI architect the entire file structure, logic, and test in seconds. And therefore, we need to consider this statistics. ARR, over 2 billion today, projected to hit 6 billion by year end. And what is the reach? Used by over 50% of the Fortune 500 company. And what is the most important thing? It is not just a chatbot. It is a tool that understands your entire code base. SpaceX isn't just buying a tool. They are buying the distribution channel to the world's best engineers. But there is a catch. SpaceX has two choices: pay 10 billion for a joint development partnership, or pay $60 billion for the whole thing. It's a try before you buy deal at a galactical scale. To understand why this matters, we have to look at the hardware. Back in the February 2026, SpaceX merged with XAI. In that merger, SpaceX inherited Colossus, the world's most powerful AI training cluster running on roughly 1 million NVIDIA H100 equivalents. Before this deal, Cursor was a bottlenecked by the computing power. They were using model from OpenAI and Anthropic. But now Cursor is moving into the SpaceX family. They get direct access to Colossus. Imagine taking the world's most intuitive coding interface and plug-in it to the world's largest supercomputer. We are talking about training a personal super intelligent specifically for engineering. This isn't about building another Grok for Twitter. It's about building an AI that can design a Raptor engine, simulate orbital mechanics, and debug the flight software of a starship in real time. Elon Musk has often said that the hardest part of Starship isn't that rocket, it is the machine that built the machine. To put a million people on Mars by 2050, you need thousands of starships. You need autonomous propellant plants on Martian surface. You need life support system that never fails. The software complexity required to manage a multi-planetary logistics chain is mind-boggling. Currently, writing that software takes thousands of human engineers and millions of man-hours. But with Cursor integrated into SpaceX stacks, accelerated prototyping will be a reality. AI can generate ground control software for the 2028 lunar mission in a fraction of time. It can also achieve autonomous debugging. On a 6 month journey to Mars, you can't wait for a patch from Earth. The ship's AI need to find a fix on its own and also debug the whole software. Next, it is going to create a stairway to Mars. This acquisition suggests that SpaceX is pivoting from being a launch provider to vertical tech stack. Their own internet, which is Starlink, their own AI, which is XAI. Now it could be Cursor also, and the transport, which is the Starship. Let's talk about money. This deal comes just as SpaceX prepare for its rumored 2026 IPO. Analysts are targeting a listing valuation of 1.75 trillion. By securing Cursor, SpaceX is signaling to Wall Street that they aren't just a transportation company, they are deep tech, combination of various companies. If they can prove that their AI integrated engineering can cut the cost of reaching Mars by 90%, a 60 billion acquisition start to look like a bargain. However, not everyone is convinced. Critics point to the anthropic shock earlier this year that wiped billions of IT giants. They ask if this a visionary move or is it another overvaluation in a red hot AI market. Whether SpaceX Cursor buys the Cursor for $60 billion or stay in a $10 billion partnership, one thing is clear: the future of space exploration is no longer just about fuel and physics, it's about intelligence. If Starship is the body that takes us to stars, the AI acquisition is the brain. We are watching the birth of the company that controls the physical and the digital infrastructure of the next century. So, friends, what do you think? Is $60 billion fair price for the key to the red planet, or is the AI bubble reaching escape velocity? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into technology shaping our future. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, I like to say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. In the year 1996, history was made at the top of the world. Therefore, in this video, we recount the incredible journey of squadron leader Sanjay Thapar of the Indian Air Force, who took out an ultimate challenge, a daring parachute jump onto the North Pole to unfurl the Indian national flag. We will experience the story of the India's bravest adventure as he braved the extreme Arctic condition, sub-zero temperature, and the logistic nightmare of high altitude jump in one of the most remote locations on earth. This isn't just a story of bravery, it is a testament to the grit, skill, and the patriotic spirit of the Indian Air Force. Let's go. Imagine a place where every direction you look looks like a south direction. A place where the sun doesn't set for months or doesn't rise for just as long as you would expect. A desolate frozen expanse of shifting ice, howling winds and temperature that turns human breath into ice crystal before it even leaves your lips. This is the North Pole, the geographic top of the world. For most of the human history, it was a place of legend, a target for explorers who often paid with their lives just to reach it by land. But today, we're talking about one man who decided the best way to arrive was from the sky. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the April of 1996, squadron leader Sanjay Thapar of the Indian Air Force did what no Indian had ever done before. He stepped out of a perfectly good aircraft 10,000 feet above the Arctic ice to plant the Indian tricolor at 90 degrees north. He was Sanjay Thapar. To call him a daredevil is almost an understatement. By 1996, Thapar wasn't just a pilot. He was a master of the sky. He was one of the India's most qualified skydiving instructor with a career defined by records. Before his Arctic expedition, he had already shattered records for number of jumps in a single day, 46 jumps in just 3 hours, and was a multi-time national champion. But for Thapar, skydiving wasn't just a sport, it was a way of life. He had jumped from over 20 different types of aircrafts across 20 countries. When you look at his record, you see a man who treated gravity not as a law but as a suggestion. And yet, the North Pole was a different beast entirely. The mission took place on the April 21st, 1996, and to understand the difficulty, you have to understand the environment. We aren't talking about the casual jump at a local airfield. Thapar jumped from an altitude of 10,000 feet. The wind speed that day was clocked at over 40 kilometers per hour, whipping across the ice in a relentless gale. But the real enemy was the cold. On the ground, temperature hovered around 26 degrees, but in the air, at the jump altitude, it was bone chilling at minus 68 degrees centigrade. At those temperatures, metal becomes brittle and the human body shuts down in minutes. Every piece of equipment, every suit layer, and every movement had to be perfectly planned. One mistake in the cold air, one frozen latch could be catastrophic. But Thapar was prepared. He was a pioneer and he was there to bring the laurels to the IAF and the nation. So he descended through the Arctic sky, horizon stretched out in the blinding white blur. He hit the ice of the North Pole, the true 90 degrees north, and completed a successful landing. In that moment of absolute isolation, thousands of miles from home, he did what he had set out to do. He unfurled the Indian national flag. It was a moment of immense national pride, a symbol of India's growing capabilities to extreme environment. That jump wasn't just about parachute. It was about demonstrating the grit and the skill of Indian Air Force personnel. It sent a clear message. There is no environment on earth too harsh for the reach of determined Indian spirit. Squadron leader Thapar's feat didn't just end in 1996. It became a beacon for a new generation of Indian adventurers. He went out on to set more records, including jumping with the largest ever tricolor, a massive 2,226 square feet flag in the year 1997. His influence reached far beyond the Air Force. He inspired others like Wing Commander Kamal Singh Ober, who would later go on to skydive over the South Pole, making him the first Indian to conquer both extremes of the planet. Thapar's life remained a testament to the idea that if you have the will, the sky is not the limit. it is just the beginning. So today we look back at that day in April in the year 1996 with pride. Squadron leader Sanjay Thapar, who eventually retired as wing commander, proved that courage isn't the absence of fear, but the triumph over the frozen unknown. The next time when you look at the Indian flag, remember the one that flew at the very top of the world, planted by a man who decided that for India, the sky would always be our territory. Thanks for listening. Jai Hind.
From counting steps to coaching lives, Google's health coach isn't just tracking your fitness, it is rewriting the future of wellness. With Gemini Premium as its stage, the Fitbit legacy bows out and the new AI powered mentor steps in to guide every heartbeat, every habit, and every choice. So let's find out more about this. In 2026, the Google has taken a decisive steps in reshaping the digital health landscape by rolling out its health coach globally for a Gemini Premium subscriber. This move marks the quiet sunset of Fitbit's standalone app and signaling a consolidation of Google's health ecosystem under Gemini AI umbrella. What was once a fitness tracker and companion has now evolved into a full-fledged AI-driven health advisor designed not merely to log steps or monitor sleep, but to actively guide user towards healthier lifestyles with personalized context, awareness, and recommendation. So the health coach integrates seamlessly with Gemini's broader AI capabilities, offering a holistic view of wellness, and its draw from the wearable data, nutrition log, and even the environmental cues to craft a tailored action plan. So unlike Fitbit's app, which largely focus on metrics, and progress tracking health coach positioning itself as a proactive partner and anticipating needs, suggesting the interventions and nudging the user towards sustainable habits. For example, the quality, it might recommend adjusting a evening routine or highlight dietary factors or even suggest mindful exercises, all backed by AI driven insight. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, the rollout effect Google's ambition to merge health and AI into a single premium experience. By embedding health coach into Gemini Premium, Google is not only monetizing advanced health feature but also reinforcing the value proposition of its AI subscription model. So the shift underscores a broader industry trend. Health applications are no longer standalone and utilities, but integrated service within a larger AI ecosystem. Fitbit's application, once a pioneer in consumer health tracking, now becomes a legacy product and absorbing into the more expensive vision. So the implications are profound. On one hand, the user gain access to smarter, more adaptive health platform that can evolve with their needs. On the other hand, the question arises about the data privacy, the accessibilities, and the inclusivity. So, health coach reliance on AI means a sensitive personal data, a sleep cycle, maybe a nutrition, stress level are processed at a scale. While the Google promises robust safeguard, the consolidation of health data under a single corporate AI raising the inevitable concern about the transparency and control. Moreover, by tying a health coach to Gemini Premier, Google risk creating a two tiers health system where the advanced AI driven wellness tools are available only to those who can afford subscription fee. And from a cultural perspective, the replacement of Fitbit's application symbolize the end of the fitness tracker era and the dawn of AI mediated health. Fitbit once represented the democratization of health tracking and simple device empowering everyday user to monitor their activity. But when we talk about the health coach, so health coach by contrast embodies the AI first philosophy of 2026, where the wellness is no longer just measured but actively managed by the intelligent system. And this shift mirror the broader societal changes as AI became the embedded in daily life. Even the personal health is reframed through predictive algorithm and digital coaching. So critics definitely arguing that the more risk alienated a long-time fitness user who valued the simplicity of the application. So the health coach AI, which is a heavy interface, may feel overwhelming or intrusive to those who are accustomed to straightforward tracking. Yet, the Google's bet is clear. The future of health lies not in a passive measurement but in active AI driven guidance. So, if the successful health coach could redefine as how individuals emerged with their wellness and transforming health application from passive record keepers into a dynamic partner in everyday life. So that is a change. And ultimately, the Google Health Coach globally rollout is more than a product update. It is a strategic orientation of digital health. So by folding Fitbit into Gemini Premium, Google signals the health is no longer a kind of a very different or very alone ecosystem. The move consolidates the Google position in competitive health tech market, challenges rivals like Apple Health and Samsung Health, and set the stage for future AI is not just a tool but a trusted companion in the personal well-being. So Fitbit era of simple tracking closes and the new chapter begins where the every choice is guided by intelligence that learn with you. And the Google Health Coach is not just an application, it is a whisper of tomorrow. So wellness as digital mentor shaping the rhythm of human health in the age of AI. So what do you think about this? So I look forward for your comments, and we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
परिवार केवल रिश्तों का नाम नहीं है, ये हमारे दिमाग और भावनाओं की असली प्रयोगशाला है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ समय बिताते हैं, हंसी बांटते हैं, सुख दुख साझा करते हैं, तो हमारे भीतर ऐसी मानसिक ऊर्जा पैदा होती है जो हमें जीवन के हर चुनौती से लड़ने की ताकत देती है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने यह साबित किया है कि परिवार का साथ दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। आज की तेज रफ्तार दुनिया में जहां तनाव और अकेलापन बढ़ रहा है, परिवार ही वह सुरक्षा आश्रय है जो हमें स्थिरता, आत्मविश्वास और मानसिक शांति प्रदान करता है। यह केवल एक सामाजिक इकाई नहीं है, बल्कि हमारी सोच, हमारी स्मृति, हमारी भावनाओं का आधार है। चलिए इसके बारे में और जानते हैं। मानव जीवन में परिवार केवल रिश्तों का समूह नहीं है, बल्कि ये हमारी मानसिक और भावनात्मक ऊर्जा का भी स्रोत है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने ये उजागर किया है कि परिवार के साथ समय बिताना दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ बैठते हैं, बातचीत करते हैं, हंसी मजाक जो है वो साझा करते हैं या कठिन समय में एक दूसरे का सहारा बनते हैं, तो दिमाग में सकारात्मक रसायन सक्रिय होते हैं। ऑक्सीटोसिन और डोपामिन जैसे हार्मोन्स हमारे भीतर खुशी और सुरक्षा की भावना जगाते हैं। ये केवल क्षणिक आनंद नहीं, बल्कि दीर्घकालीन मानसिक स्वास्थ्य का आधार है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय बच्चों के लिए विशेष रूप से महत्वपूर्ण है। माता पिता और दादा दादी के साथ संवाद बच्चों के दिमाग में भाषा, स्मृति और भावनात्मक संतुलन को मजबूत करता है। यही कारण है कि जिन बच्चों का पारिवारिक वातावरण सहयोगी और स्नेहपूर्ण होता है, वे जीवन की चुनौतियों का सामना अधिक आत्मविश्वास से कर सकते हैं। वयस्कों के लिए भी परिवार मानसिक ऊर्जा का स्रोत है। कामकाज और सामाजिक दबावों के बीच परिवार का साथ तनाव को कम करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ भोजन करते हैं, कहानियां सुनते हैं या बस साथ में बैठते हैं, तो दिमाग की थकान दूर होती है और सोचने समझने की क्षमता बढ़ती है। अध्ययनों ने ये भी इस दिखाया कि परिवार का साथ बिताने से भावात्मक दृढ़ता, जिसको कि इमोशनल रेजिलियंस कहते हैं, वो भी बढ़ती है। इसका अर्थ ये है कि व्यक्ति कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी टूटता नहीं है एक्चुअली, बल्कि संभल कर आगे बढ़ता है। ये दृढ़ता केवल एक पीढ़ी तक सीमित नहीं रहती, बल्कि बच्चों और आने वाली पीढ़ियों में भी ट्रांसफर होती है। इस प्रकार परिवार का एक जीवंत अगर रूप देखा जाए तो वो विद्यालय से कम नहीं है, जहां हम धैर्य, सहयोग और प्रेम सीखते हैं। 2026 के संदर्भ में ये और भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आधुनिक जीवन की तेज रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और सामाजिक चुनौतियों के बीच परिवार ही वह स्थान है जहां मनुष्य को अपनी जड़ों से जोड़ता है, और ये जुड़ाव माइंड को स्थिरता देता है और व्यक्ति को मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ बनाए रखने में मदद करता है। अगर देखा जाए तो परिवार केवल सामाजिक संस्था नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक भावात्मक शक्ति का केंद्र है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय दिमाग को सक्रिय करता है, भावनाओं को संतुलित करता है और जीवन को सार्थक बनाता है। ये एक ऐसा विशेष, या कह सकते हैं विशेष मोड है या एक निवेश है जो न केवल वर्तमान को उज्जवल करता है, बल्कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी दृढ़ और सक्षम बनाता है। यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके ये बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमसे जुड़े हैं, किस सिटी से आप हमको देख पा रहे हैं और किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। अब चलिए इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। 2026 में और आने वाले वर्षों में पारिवारिक जो इकाई है कई वैश्विक चुनौतियों का सामना कर सकती है, और वो अभी कर भी रही है। आधुनिक जीवन की रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और आर्थिक असमता के और प्रवास के कारण परिवारों में दूरी बढ़ रही है। थोड़े वो अलग हो रहे हैं, न्यूक्लियर हो रहे हैं, लेकिन वास्तविक समय और आत्मीयता को कम कर दिया गया है इस पूरे प्रकरण में। और कई देशों में तो एकल परिवारों की संख्या बढ़ रही है, जिसमें बुजुर्गों का अकेलापन, बच्चों का भावात्मक असंतुलन सामने आ रहा है। इन चुनौतियों का समाधान परिवार के भीतर सचेत प्रयास से ही संभव है। सबसे पहले परिवार को समय देना आवश्यक है। साझा भोजन, बातचीत, उत्सवों में भागीदारी से भावात्मक जुड़ाव मजबूत होता है। दूसरा, तकनीक का संतुलन उपयोग करना चाहिए ताकि डिजिटल दुनिया वास्तविक संबंधों पर हावी ना हो। और तीसरा, कि शिक्षा और सामाजिक नीतियों में परिवार केंद्रित दृष्टिकोण अपनाना होगा, जिससे बच्चे और बुजुर्ग दोनों को सहयोग और सुरक्षा मिले। तो अब हम अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं, और ये एक बार और आपके लिए दोहराना चाहते हैं कि परिवार केवल सामाजिक संरचना नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक और भावनात्मक शक्ति का आधार है। यदि हम 2026 और आगे की चुनौतियों का सामना करना चाहते हैं, तो परिवार को प्राथमिकता देनी होगी, ताकि वह शक्ति और दिमाग को स्थिर करने में सहयोग दे और भावनाओं को और भी दृढ़ बनाती रहे, और ये पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी जीवन को संतुलित और सार्थक बनाए रख सकती है। ये आज का डिस्कशन था। आप से गुजारिश है कि आप इस टॉपिक पर अपने कमेंट हमको लिखकर भेजिए। इसके साथ ही कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। मिलते हैं दूसरे एक डिस्कशन में, तब तक विदा, नमस्कार।
Hello, friends. Welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So, let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second, but not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notifications did you get before you wake up, right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people, and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28, right? And the quote starts, shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing, regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight, right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition. It is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, they cut cost into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breath is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggered the situation that most of us are anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which it controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. And that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path leads to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, 3 breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? Right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself. Right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. All right. So before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game, and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that NASA is officially moving beyond the chemical rockets? In this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary nuclear thermal propulsion (NTP) technology that is set to slash travel time to red planet. Imagine a future where Mars isn't a grueling 7 months journey but a weekend trip in comparison to everything we have known about the space exploration. Let us explore this further. So for 60 years, we have been stuck. Every time we look at Mars, we are staring at a 7 to 9 months commute between Earth and Mars. That isn't just a long time; it is dangerous time. Every day, every day in deep space is another day of the cosmic radiation, muscle atrophy, and the psychological toll of the isolation. But what if we could break that speed limit of space travel? What if we could treat the journey to the red planet not in months, not in years, but in few days, right? Like a weekend trip in comparison to the current tech. NASA has just officially crossed the Rubicon with the announcement of SR1 Freedom and a roadmap of 2028. The era of chemical rocket is ending. Today we are looking at the nuclear engine that are finally turning science fiction into an interplanetary reality. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. To understand the future, we have to look at why we cannot reach at this point in time, and currently why it is slow. Our best rockets today are chemical combustion. We all know that liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They are very powerful, but they are incredibly inefficient. Think of it like this. A chemical rocket is like a high performance dragster. It's a massive oomph at the start, but it burns through its fuel in minutes. Once you are in orbit, you are basically a glider. By switching to nuclear, we aren't just adding more fuel, we are doubling the energy we get out of every gram of the propellant. So how does a nuclear engine actually works? Unlike the nuclear power in a plant on Earth basically that makes electricity, a nuclear thermal rocket NTR is much more direct, and it has several components starting with core. We have a compact fission reactor using high assay low enriched uranium, right? And it then create energy, which then send it to the nozzle, etc. And therefore we have to talk about the propellant. We pump the liquid hydrogen through the white hot core reactor, and then it basically comes out of the other side at very high speed. So now we have to talk about expansion. In less than a second, the hydrogen goes from minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit to 5000 degrees Fahrenheit, which then creates a huge thrust. So now let's talk about this thrust. The superheated gas screams out of the nozzle at a speed no chemical fire could ever reach. This is the holy grail of the propulsion. It gives us the high thrust of a rocket with a very long-term efficiency of an electric drive. We are currently in the pivotal year. As of April 2026, the design is right now on the drawing table. However, there is a roadmap, and that is June 2026. The final hardware development begins, and the mission will be SR1. It's a design as a nuclear electric hybrid. It uses the reactor to generate massive amount of electricity, powering high efficiency thruster to basically increase the speed. And it can run for months. It can go for very long time. And what is the goal? The goal is a direct Mars mission capability by 2028. This isn't just a lab experiment anymore. We are building the flight hardware right now. So when we say weekend trip, we are talking about relative transit time. By cutting the journey to Mars from 250 days down to 100 or even 60 days, we solve the two biggest threats to human life. Number one is radiation. Less time spent in the void, which is open space, lower the dose of the solar particles or any cosmic radiation. Number two is the abort capability. Nuclear engines allow us to turn around or change course. Well, in a chemical rocket, once you are on your path, you are committed. Nuclear gives the pilot a steering wheel. Our multi-planetary future, which is to the stars, will have, will always remain a dream if we do not have faster mode of transport. We just don't have the engine to reach them. Why, right? So if we want to go to other worlds, other stars, we need faster mode of transport. So with the breakthrough that we are going to see in 2026, the gap between Earth and Mars is finally closing. We are no longer limited by how much fire we can make. We are now limited only by our ambition to explore. So friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. My name is CK and you are watching Akul Mac. And if you want to stay on the cutting edge of the Artemis era and the nuclear revolution, hit that subscribe button, and the future is arriving faster than you think. So before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The partition of India was not just a political decision, it was a human catastrophe. Much like civilians of Iran who now find themselves uprooted, millions in the subcontinent were forced to abandon their homes, lands, and identities, that too overnight. Both movements, separated by decades and geography, speaks to the enduring tragedy for how political decision and power struggle can fracture the societies and leaving ordinary people to bear the heaviest burden. So the year 1947 stand as one of the most defining moment in South Asian history. It was the year when the India gained independence from British colonial rule, but it also the year when the subcontinent was violently divided into two nations, India and Pakistan. This partition was not merely a political act of drawing borders. It was a human tragedy of an unimaginable scale. So today we are actually, as the new documentaries revisit this chapter, they bring fresh voice and forgotten stories, reminding us that the echoes of 1947 still actually there in the hearts, in the mind, across the generations. Partition uprooted nearly 15 million people, making it one of the largest forced migration in human history. Families who had lived side by side for centuries suddenly found themselves on the opposite side of hastily drawn borders. Villages were split, friendships were dissolved, and the communities tore apart. The documentaries highlights not just the statistics, but the lived experience, like the grandmother who carries her infants across the burning field, the young man who lost his entire family on a train to Lahore, the child who never understood why neighbors turn into enemies overnight. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward on this topic, so the violence was actually staggering. Estimation actually suggests that up to 1 million lives were lost in communal riots, massacres, and retaliatory killing. The documentaries do not shy away from these horrors. They show how train arrived at station filled not with the passenger but the corpses, and they recount how women bore the bunch of violence, subjected to abductions and assault, and their suffering often silenced in official narratives. By revisiting these stories, filmmakers are not only documenting history but also challenging the silence that has long surrounded these wounds. Yet, in the amid of this devastation, there are also stories of extraordinary humanity, like Hindu and Muslim Sikhs who risked their lives to protect neighbors of another faith, ordinary villagers who formed a human chain to shield women and children. And these acts of compassion remind us that the partition was not only about division, it is also about resilience, courage, and stubborn persistence of hope. The documentaries also explore the political dimensions of partition. They revisit the hurried negotiation between leaders like Jawaharlal Nehru, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and the Lord Mountbatten. And they questions whether the division was inevitable or whether it was a product of colonial haste and political miscalculations. So they also highlight how these border line drawn in just 5 weeks, carved through the homes, rivers, and field, with a little regards for human consequences. In doing so, they invite viewers to reflect on the long shadow of colonialism and the kind of fragility of nation building. So, as we close this retelling of 1947, it is impossible not to see the parallel with the conflict unfolding in Iran today. Just as the partition tore apart the families and villages and villagers and centuries of coexistence, the war in Iran are displacing communities, fracturing identities, and leaving scars that will echo for the generation. The lesson of partition is not confined to South Asia. It is universal reminder of how political decision drawn hastily or imposed violently can unravel the fabric of the society. The borders carved in 1947 create wounds that still shape India and Pakistan. In Iran, the battle of today are shaping future in the way that will remembered decades from now. So, by revisiting partition, we are also not only honoring the memories of those who suffered, but also urging ourselves to recognize the human cost of division, whether it occurs whatever and wherever it occurs. The echoes of 1947 remind us that the history is not a distinct past. It is a living force reflecting in the struggles of people across the world. If we listen closely, the cries of displaced family in Iran today carries the same resonance as those who fled across this border line, which was created by political decision in 1947. But perhaps the most powerful aspect of this retelling is their focus on memories and identity. Partition was not just a historical event. It becomes a defining marker of identity for millions. So for those who crossed the borders, the trauma was carried into their children and the grandchildren. Even today in India and Pakistan, partition shapes the politics, culture, and collective memory. The documentaries capture this intergenerational transmission of trauma, showing how the past refused to remain buried. So ultimately, the echoes of 1947, when we are talking about this, the India's partition retold is not just about the revisiting the part. It is also listening to the voices that were silenced, acknowledging the pain that was ignored, and the recognition of humanity that endured against all odds. It is a call to remember, not to reopen the wound, but to ensure that such tragedies are never repeated. The echoes of 1947 remind us that the history is not distinct, it is living within us, shaping who we are and how we imagine our future. And also, the retelling of partition is more than remembrance. It's also a call to empathy, to to be vigilant, and to ensure that the tragedies of the yesterday do not become inevitable for tomorrow. So please send us your comments, subscribe to our channel for more insights in Indian spirituality and politics and the history and of course the mythology. So see you in the next one. In the heart of San Francisco, Luna AI dared to reimagine shaping with $100,000 gamble on AI managed retail store. Sleek algorithm promised efficiency, but the grand experiment hit a very human snag, that is staffing, and that exposed the limit of automation. What was meant to be glimpse of the future quickly became a cautionary tale of tech colliding with reality. In San Francisco, the promise of an AI managed retail future took center stage when Luna AI unveiled its flagship store with $100,000 investment. The concept was bold. A retail space with the artificial intelligence would streamline operations, enhance customer experience, and reduce the reliance on traditional management structure. The launch drew attention from both tech enthusiasts and retail analysts, and they were eager to see how the automation could reshape the brick and mortar commerce. Yet, despite the futuristic vision, the store quickly encountered a very human problem: staffing issues. While AI managed inventory analytics and customer flow prediction, and day-to-day realities of staffing proved harder to automate. Scheduling conflicts, employee turnover, and the need for human oversight exposed the limitation of purely AI-driven model. The irony was striking. A store designed to minimize the human dependency found itself struggling precisely to become of it. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So, just put some comments about your city also. So now we were talking about the store, and the Luna AI experiment underscores a broader tension in the modern retain. And technology can optimize the process, but it cannot fully replace the adaptability, empathy, and the problem-solving skill of human staff. For investors and entrepreneurs, the lesson is clear. The innovation must balance automation with human capital. So, Luna AI's venture may have stumbled, but it has sparked a vital conversation about the future of retail, where the AI and people coexist rather than compete. So, Luna AI store shows that even in the world run by algorithm, retail still need human touch. So Luna AI experiment in San Francisco was more than just a store. It was a test of how far automation can carry retail into future. Yet the staffing struggles revealed a truth that technology alone cannot erase the human presence and remains, and it also tells us that humans interventions, human presence remains the backbone of customer experience. The venture may have flattered, but it is but it leaves behind a valuable lesson, that the future of retail will not only to AI versus people, but AI working alongside with people. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. But before we go, we have a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the silent depths of universe where the particles dance unseen and forces whisper across the void, neutrinos have long been the enigmatic wanderers, the ghost slipping through the matter as if it were air. For decades, they seemed passive, mere spectator in the cosmic play. But now, a startling revelation suggests that they may be tugging at reality itself. The discovery of subtle neutrino force hint at the invisible thread woven into quantum fabric. Thread that could reshape our understanding of stars, galaxies, and the very architecture of our cosmos. So let's find out more. In the grand tapestry of physics, certain threads remain elusive, simmering faintly at the edge of our perception. Among them are neutrinos, ghostly particles that stream through the cosmos, through our bodies, through the earth itself, almost without interaction. For decades, they were treated as a passive wanderers. So for decades, as they were passive wanderers and important for the balance, but not for the force. Yet, the recent discovery suggests that neutrinos may weave their own subtle thread of influence, tugging at the fabric of matter in a way we are only beginning to understand. Before we go further, let us understand what are neutrinos. So neutrinos are elementary particle that belongs to the lepton family, similar to the electrons, but unlike electrons. They carry no electric charge and have extremely small mass, making them lightest known particle with mass, though not massless, Because they do not interact via the electromagnetic or strong forces, neutrinos can pass through the ordinary matter almost completely undisturbed, which is why trillions of them pass through our bodies every second without any effect. Neutrinos are crucial for understanding the fundamental physics, including the weak nuclear force, stellar processes, and cosmology. Their unique properties make them both elusive and invaluable for probing the universe in a way that other particles cannot. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward in this interesting details, the so-called neutrino force is not a kind of a push like a gravity or electromagnetism. It is a whisper, a faint pressure that emerges when the neutrinos scatter off nuclei, leaving behind a measurable trace. Physicists long suspected such interaction, but the evidence was buried beneath the noise. So hidden in the shadow of stronger forces. So now with the executively sensitive detectors buried deep underground and shielded from the cosmic interface, the researchers have begun to tease out these hidden signals. So the implications are profound. If neutrinos exert a force, however slight, they are not merely passive messenger of a nuclear reaction, but an active participant in shaping matter. This reframed their role in stellar evolution, in supernova explosions, and even in the early universe. The faint tug of neutrinos may have influenced how galaxies cluttered, and how matter danced, and how the cosmic web itself was stitched together. So mapping this force requires patience and ingenuity. Detectors are filled with tons of liquid argon and heavy water wait slightly for the rare moment when the neutrino collides. And each flash of light, each ripple of energy is a clue. By collecting thousands of such events, scientists have reconstructed the hidden geometry of neutrino interactions. The emerging picture is one of the delicate thread quantum filament that connects the smallest scale of particle physics to the largest structure of cosmos. The discovery also challenges the standard model of physics that are so soft. It's like a soft framework which has guided science for half a century. Now, neutrinos were already anomalies, and they oscillate between flavors, and they have a mass when the theory predicted none. Now, with the evidence of the force, they may demand an extension of model, a new chapter in our understanding of fundamental interaction. For a lay person, the idea is both humbling and exhilarating, And imagine a particle so small they pass through a wall of lead as if it was a mist. Yet collectively they shape a density of stars. Imagine a universe where the invisible thread tug gently at matter, guiding its dance across billions of years. The neutrino force reminds us that the nature's most powerful influence are not always loud or obvious. They can be subtle, patient, and hidden in a plain sight. As physicists continue to map these quantum threads, they are not merely cataloging another force, they are uncovering a deeper truth. That the universe is woven from the interaction both grand and delicate, from explosion of supernova to a faintest whisper of neutrino. And in that weaving lies the story of everything: the galaxy above, the atom within, and the invisible force that binds them together. In the end, neutrino force is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a reminder that universe is stitched together by thread, both visible and unseen. Gravity may anchor the stars, electromagnetism may light the sky, but it is quite tug of neutrino that whisper of deeper harmonies. As physicists trace these quantum thread, they are not only mapping a new force, they are uncovering the poetry of existence itself, where even the faintest particle play their part in a grand design. So, invisible thread and infinite cosmos. So, we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskar. In this video, we break down India's strategic response to the latest US tariff proposal under the Section 301 investigation. As the US proposed additional 12.5% duties on select import items, India's Commerce Ministry has reaffirmed its commitment to the ongoing bilateral trade framework. In this video, we analyze what this means for the India-US trade relationship, the status of the February 2026 interim agreement, and how New Delhi is navigating this latest trade issue or problem. Let's go and discuss this further. Today, we are looking at the pivotal moment in India-US economic partnership. As early of June 2026, news cycles are buzzing with reports of the US Trade Representative USTR proposing additional tariff under Section 301 of the US Trade Act. It's easy to get lost in the noise, but here is the headline. India is standing its ground while remaining committed to the constructive path forward. These proposed tariffs, which include 12.5% surcharge and currently in the proposal phase, they are not yet final. As we navigate these headlines, it is essential to understand that this is a part of a broader ongoing diplomatic process, not an abrupt end to our cooperation. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why we are here, we have to look at the process. The USTR recently concluded investigations into 60 different economies, including India, regarding forced labor, industrial capacity issue, and therefore there are other issues also. Crucially, exports note that this is a broad global measure rather than a specific attack on India. The US is applying this to partners and competitors alike, from EU to South Korea. However, India's position is very clear. We must challenge this legal and technical on the basis of technical issues, and we have to understand what are these bases of this tariff when they don't align with the reality. Our Commerce Ministry is actively engaged, ensuring that our stakeholders have seat at the table. During upcoming public hearing on July 7th, 2026. Well, some might ask, don't we just sign a massive trade deal? And the answer is yes. In February 2026, we reached a landmark framework that slashed effective tariff from staggering 50% down to 18%. That deal was a win-win for both sides. It stabilizes the rupee, boosted our export in textile and pharma, and cemented India's role as a key US ally. Ambassador Sergio Gore recently noted that we are 99% there on finalizing the technical details of our broader bilateral trade agreement. The remaining 1% is about legal phrasing and implementation. India is not letting temporary tariff friction derail the progress. We are treating the trade agreement negotiations and this Section 301 proceedings are two distinct tracks. And therefore, let's discuss the next aspect, which is protecting our interest. The Make in India vision, which is India is currently world fastest growing major economy, and we are not taking these headwinds lightly. We are prioritizing our strategic autonomy, whether it is protecting our labor intensive sectors like leather and apparel or advocating for fair market access. Our negotiators are holding the line. This is about more than just numbers. It's about Make in India initiative. We are building a manufacturing environment that is stable, predictable, and attractive to global supply chain. While we remain a primary US ally and the counterweight in the Indo-Pacific, our foreign policy remains grounded in protecting our own economic sovereignty. So, what is the takeaway here? First, don't panic over headlines. The process is underway and there is a clear path for consultation and legal changes or even challenges, whatever you want to call it. Second, the relationship is strong with investment commitment from US companies exceeding 60 billion in recent months. The big picture remains one of the deep integration and the mutual growth. And India and US are two great democracies navigating complex global economy. We will continue to talk, we will continue to negotiate, and we will continue to stand our ground. So if you have any questions, friends, please do let me know in the comment section below. Thanks for listening, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आपका स्वागत है। क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि जो दिल्ली शहर है हमारा, भारत की राजधानी, जिसमें बहुत लोग रहते हैं, पूरे ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, पूरी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया उसमें रहती है, इसका असली और प्राचीन नाम क्या था? तो ये एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है। इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर ढूंढेंगे हम इस वीडियो में। हम दिल्ली के इतिहास में गहराई में उतरेंगे और जानेंगे कि सदियों पहले दिल्ली को किस नाम से पुकारा जाता था। दिल्ली का इतिहास महाभारत काल से लेकर मुगल सल्तनत तक और अंग्रेजों के दौरान बेहद दिलचस्प है और इसमें अलग अलग नामों से इसको बुलाया जाता था। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। दोस्तों, सारी दुनिया दिल्ली के नाम से जानती है इस शहर को, लेकिन आप में से काफ़ी लोग इस बात को जानते होंगे कि जो कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया है उसका नाम न्यू दिल्ली है। ये अंग्रेज़ों ने दिया था, लेकिन इससे पहले इसको दिल्ली के नाम से जाना जाता था। आज भी जो दिल्ली शहर है वो काफ़ी बड़ा है, लेकिन जो कैपिटल एरिया है उसको हम न्यू दिल्ली बोलते हैं। तो लेकिन कभी आपने सोचा है कि दिल्ली की जिस सड़कों पे हम चलते हैं और इसका नाम हमेशा दिल्ली था या कुछ और? क्या आप जानते हैं कि इस शहर का असली और प्राचीन नाम क्या था? आज इस वीडियो में हम इतिहास के परतों को हटाएंगे और जानेंगे कि दिल्ली के उन नामों के बारे में जो वक्त की धूल में कहीं खो गए। चलिए बात शुरू करते हैं महाभारत काल से, क्योंकि उससे पहले तो हमें पता ही नहीं है। वेदों और पुराणों के अनुसार पांडवों की राजधानी इंद्रप्रस्थ थी। कहा जाता है कि भगवान कृष्ण के सुझाव पर पांडवों ने खांडवप्रस्थ के घने जंगल को काटकर एक भव्य शहर बसाया था, जिसे इंद्रप्रस्थ नाम दिया गया था। आज का पुराना किला एक जगह है दिल्ली में जिसको ओल्ड फोर्ट बोलते हैं। माना जाता है कि वहीं पे इंद्रप्रस्थ की नींव रखी गई थी, उस एरिया पे मतलब, और वहां पे उनकी कैपिटल बनाई गई थी और उस समय इस प्रदेश का नाम इंद्रप्रस्थ था। और सरप्राइजिंग बात यह है कि आज भी वहाँ जो कॉलोनी है उसका नाम इंद्रप्रस्थ ही है, जिसके अंदर ये एरिया आता है। तो बड़ा सवाल यह है कि इतिहासकारों ने अलग अलग इसके ऊपर मत हैं। कई लोग बोलते हैं कि ये तो मतलब पुराना किला है, लेकिन कई लोग बोलते हैं कि इसी जगह पे इंद्रप्रस्थ था। अब इतनी पुरानी बात हो गई, 5000 7000 साल पुरानी, इसमें काफ़ी गहन अध्ययन करना पड़ेगा। तो मेरे ख्याल से जो साइंटिस्ट हैं या आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट हैं वो कर रहे होंगे। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप इस पॉइंट तक पहुंचे हैं तो ज़रूर बताइए कि किस शहर से आप हमारा ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में आप हमारी वीडियो देखना चाहेंगे। तो चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। इंद्रप्रस्थ के बाद इतिहास में दिल्ली के कई नाम आए। 11वीं शताब्दी के आसपास तोमर वंश के राजा अंगपाल ने दिल्ली को बसाया, फिर से बसाया, और इस जगह का नाम योगिनीपुर रखा गया। इसके बाद दिल्ली का शब्द का इस्तेमाल हुआ, मतलब इनके जाने के बाद योगनीपुर फिर डिस्ट्रॉय हो गया। उसके बाद जब दोबारा शहर बना 12वीं शताब्दी में, तो इसका नाम दिल्ली का रखा गया। और इसके बाद 12वीं शताब्दी में ही पृथ्वीराज चौहान ने भी इसी नाम को कंटिन्यू किया। उन्होंने अपनी कैपिटल बनाई और उस समय का नाम था दिल्ली का। ठीक है, समय आगे बढ़ा और दिल्ली पे कई सल्तनतों के राज हुए। मुगलों के दौरान शाहजहां ने शाहजहानाबाद की नींव रखी, जो आज की पुरानी दिल्ली है। जो जैसे इंद्रप्रस्थ पुराना किला वाला एरिया है और आज भी उस कॉलोनी को हम इंद्रप्रस्थ बोलते हैं, वैसे ही पुरानी दिल्ली का नाम जो शाहजहां ने रखा उसका नाम था शाहजहानाबाद। इसके अलावा 7 अलग अलग शहर दिल्ली की जमीनों पे बसे और उजड़े। फिर आया ब्रिटिश काल, जहां नई दिल्ली का निर्माण हुआ और इसमें एडवर्ड लुटियंस के डिजाइन वाली नई दिल्ली, पूरी नई शहर बसाया गया और पुरानी दिल्ली से बिल्कुल उसको अलग रखा गया। तो जो शाहजहानाबाद वाला एरिया है उसको अलग रखा गया और नई दिल्ली को पूरा नया बसाया गया। अक्सर लोग पूछते हैं कि क्या दिल्ली का नाम दिल से पड़ा है, तो ये किसी राजा का नाम है या दिल्ली किसी राजा का नाम हो सकता है या दिल से पड़ा है। सच्चाई ये है कि दिल्ली के नाम के पीछे की कोई एक नहीं बल्कि हजारों साल का बदलाव है। बहुत सारी कहानियां हैं, एक किसी सूत्र से हम इसको बांध कर नहीं रह सकते। इंद्रप्रस्थ से योगनीपुर और दिल्ली का से लेकर दिल्ली तक इस शहर हमेशा से सत्ता का केंद्र रहा है, हमेशा आदिकाल से। बहुत पहले से ही ये कैपिटल माना जाता था, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट शहर माना जाता था, क्योंकि ये सेंट्रली लोकेटेड है। और ये शहर से पत्थर और ईंटों से नहीं बना, बल्कि इसमें राजाओं, संतों और आम लोगों की कहानियों, बहुत कहानियां हैं इसमें, कहानियों से बना है। सदियों पुरानी कहानियां इसमें मौजूद हैं। तो दोस्तों, दिल्ली सिर्फ भारत की राजधानी नहीं, ये हजारों साल पुराना एक जीता जागता इतिहास है। अगली बार जब आप दिल्ली की सड़कों से गुजरें तो याद रखिएगा कि आप सिर्फ एक शहर में नहीं बल्कि इतिहास की उन गलियों में चल रहे हैं जहां कभी पांडव राज किया करते थे। और आपको क्या लगता है कि दिल्ली का नाम बदल के दोबारा से इंद्रप्रस्थ रख देना चाहिए? इस पॉइंट पे आप कमेंट करके जरूर लिखें। अगर आपको ये वीडियो पसंद आया हो तो इसे लाइक करें और अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर करें जिनको इतिहास में रुचि है। मैं जल्दी ही मिलता हूं दूसरे वीडियो में, तब तक के लिए जय हिंद। Hello friends and namaskar. Do you know that the Gurugram real estate prices have skyrocketed by 18%? Therefore, in this video, we break down exactly why property demand in Gurugram is hitting new high in 2026 and what this means for home buyers and the real estate investors. Let's go and explore this further. If you have been looking at the property in Gurugram lately, you have probably noticed that same thing I have in the market is basically on fire. So what was cheaper earlier is now becoming expensive. We are looking at an 18% jump in the prices, and that isn't just a random number. It's a signal of a massive shift in the Millennium City. But is this a bubble about to burst, or is there some actual solid value behind these numbers? Today we are breaking down exactly what is happening in Gurugram real estate market in 2026, and more importantly whether you should be buying, selling or staying on the sidelines when the property is soaring so much. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, first, let's get the big question out of the way. Why 18%? A lot of people see this and think perhaps speculative bubble. But when you look at the data, it's actually a structural repricing. We are seeing a perfect storm of three things: infrastructure, corporate expansion, and flight to quality. Not all of the Gurugram is growing at the same rate. We are seeing two-speed market. This is the part everyone ask me about. Is it too late to enter? So when we talk about two-speed market, so there are places in Gurugram which are moving slowly, but there are hot cakes very, very prime locations which are growing at 18%, especially in 2026. So question is it too late to enter? No, market is absolutely risk free. We had a massive price run up in the short 30 months window, and you need to be aware of the risk also, like potential interest rate fluctuations and the fact that we have pulled forward several years of expected appreciation into the current window. So in the end, I would like to tell you that look for a 7-year plus holding period if you are buying right now. This isn't get rich quick game anyway. It is a long term wealth building strategy in a maturing global city. And Gurugram is a very happening place. Also, there are a lot of business opportunities for people who live in Gurugram. So Gurugram isn't just a city; it's a structural growth story. Whether you are looking at the Dwarka Expressway or the established luxury of Golf Course Road, the key is doing your homework. Don't buy the hype, but buy the fundamentals. So, friends, the prices are going up, and my advice is to basically look for property based on your budget and location preferences. But definitely, this is the right time to invest in Gurugram real estate market. If you found this breakdown useful, hit that like button, subscribe our channel, uh, and look at the property price in Gurugram very seriously. Do let me know what sector you have in mind, and I can probably guide you further on that. My name is CK, and I will see you again in the next one. Hello friends, in this video we will try and unlock the ancient secret to the modern leadership. In today's hyper-connected yet fragmented business world, a CEO's greatest asset isn't just the data, it is the universal awareness. In this video, we explore the profound leadership lesson hidden within Bhagavad Gita and how its wisdom can transform a busy executive into an omnipresent executive. Let's go. In the modern boardroom, we are obsessed with presence. We hire coaches to help us with executive presence, how we stand, how we speak, how we command a room. But there is a level of leadership far beyond, from the mere physical presence. And it is what the ancient wisdom calls omnipresence. Think about the life of a modern CEO. We are pulled into thousand directions. Your supply chain is in Asia, your investors are in London, your tech team is in San Francisco, and your family is at home. You feel fragmented. You feel like you are everywhere, yet nowhere at once. Today, we are going to unlock a 7,000-year-old solution to this 21st century fragmentation. We will dive into chapter 8, verse 22 of Bhagavad Gita to discover how the Supreme becomes a blueprint for the ultimate leader. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. First, let's look at the verse itself, and the verse starts, "The great personality, the Supreme Lord, is only attained through pure devotion. He is prevailing and everything is situated in him." Quote close. At first glance, this looks like this sounds like purely religious, but for a leader, this is the master class in system thinking. Not the three pillars here. What are the three pillars here? The Supreme Personality, the ultimate standard of excellence, which is one of the pillar. Next pillar is the pure devotion, which is a single pointed, unadulterated focus. And the third is all prevailing nature, the ability to be thread and that holds the entire fabric together. The verse says the supreme is attained through pure devotion. In the corporate world, we call this singularity of purpose. In Sanskrit term, Ananya Bhakti. Ananya means no other. It describes a state where there is no plan B for your values. For a CEO, this means your devotion to the company's mission isn't just the slide in a deck. It is your entire operating system. When leaders has pure devotion to a vision, they stop micromanaging. Why? Because their intent is so clear and so powerful that it permeates every level of the organization. If you are struggling with a team that doesn't get it, ask yourself, is your own devotion to the vision, which is the Ananya, undivided? Or is it diluted by ego, short-term stock gains, or the personal distractions? The second half of the verse tells us that the Supreme is all prevailing. As a CEO, you cannot be in every meeting, you cannot see every line of the code, yet an omnipresent executive is felt in every room they aren't in at that point in time. This is the all prevailing leadership style. It's about building a culture that is so strong, so situated in your core principles that the company moves as one body. In the verse it says everything is situated in him. Think of your company as a solar system. You aren't the person pushing the planets, you are the gravity. Gravity is invisible, but it's all prevailing. It keeps the smallest moon and the largest planet in their proper orbit. And that's what the universal awareness looks like in management. The verse conclude by saying everything is situated in him. For a leader, this is the lesson in psychological safety and belonging. When your employees feel situated in your vision, they aren't just workers, they are part of whole ecosystem. The universal awareness means you are recognized that the janitor, the junior developer, and the CFO all are situated within the same corporate destiny. When you lead with this awareness, you stop seeing people as resources and start seeing them as vital components of a living system. When the supreme leader realizes that they contain the whole, they stop leading through fear and start leading through integration. So friends, how do you become the omnipresent executive? There are a few things that you need to do. It starts with first part of the verse, which is devotion. Today, identify the one core truth of your leadership. Strip away the distractions, because so devoted that truth that it becomes all prevailing in your office. You don't need to be everywhere at once to be a great leader. You just need to be so grounded in your purpose that your presence is felt in every corner of your empire. Everything is situated in this vision that you have created. Make it a supreme one. So friends, what do you think about this? Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across, or even your opinions. Before I part ways with you today, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. and also it has a civil base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In an era where the artificial intelligence debates blur the line between mind and machine, the voice of an ancient sage still echoes with a startling clarity. I'm talking about Rishi Kapil, the father of Sankhya philosophy, who once declared that existence is woven from two eternal threads. One is Purush, that means pure consciousness, and another is Prakriti, that means nature. 25 centuries later, his vision feels uncannily modern. So let's find out more about this philosophy. In the long arc of Indian philosophy, few figures shines with the clarity and a rational brilliance, and we are talking about Rishi Kapil, the sage credited with founding of the Sankhya Darshan, and his vision was not of a ritual or myth, but analysis, definitely also an attempt to map the very structure of existence. In an age where the spiritual truth were often veiled in the symbolism, Kapil offered a framework that was systematic, logical, and enduring. His contribution was not merely to Indian thought, but to the universal quest for understanding consciousness and matter. Kapil's philosophy began with a profound dualism, the distinction between Purush and Prakriti. So, Purush is pure consciousness, which is eternal, unchanging, and the silent witness of reality, while the Prakriti is nature, which is dynamic and mutable, the source of all material phenomena. From their interplay arises the cosmos, with its multi-simplicity of form and experience. The vision was revolutionary, for it explained the universe not as a whim of God, but unfolding principles ordered, knowable, and accessible to human reasons. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So let's continue further on this subject. He enumerated 25 tattva or principles that chart the evolution of universe from subtle intellect and egos and to the mind, and also senses and element. And this systematic approach gave Sankhya its name, enumeration, and its enduring appeal. Kapil's framework becomes the foundation upon which later traditions, including yoga and Ayurveda, built their practices. The Trigun theory, that is three-dimension theory, and in this the Trigun theory, there are three subjects which definitely are debatable, and they are very, very unique. One is Sattva. Sattva means purity. The other one is Rajas, that means passion, and the last one is Tamas, that is darkness. And this all remains the central of understanding human psychology and health even today. So while Kapil was not merely a philosopher of categories, his ultimate concern was liberation, that is moksha. And he taught that bondages arise when the consciousness identifies with the matter, mistaking the transient of eternal. So that is one thing which is very, very deep. And when we talk about liberation comes through a discrimination and recognizing the difference between Purush and Prakriti. In this clarity lies freedom, the soul no longer entangled in the cycles of birth and death. but resting in its own pure awareness. His path was one of the knowledge, and it's not a ritual, but it is insight and not any kind of spiritual superficiality, So in 2026, the Kapil's relevance is striking. So, as humanity grapples with the artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and the blurring of boundaries between mind and machine, his distinction between consciousness and material processes offer a lens of clarity. So, neuroscience may map the mind, the algorithm may stimulate thought, but Kapil's remind us that awareness itself, the silent witness, is actually indubitable. So his philosophy resonate with modern debate on whether consciousness can be explained by material science or whether it points to something beyond. So definitely this is a point of discussion, getting more awareness about this. So moreover, Kapil's Trigun theory finds echoes in contemporary psychology and behavioral science. The restless drive of Rajas, the inertia of Tamas, and the clarity of Sattva mirrors the state of mind studied even today. So his insight into the idea that effects the pre-exist in the cause align with the modern understanding of continuity in neutral processes. So in a sustainability discourse, his vision of interconnectedness between matter and consciousness inspire holistic approach of ecology and ethics. So Kapil's legacy also lives in Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna speaks of Sankhya as the path of wisdom and contemplating yoga and devotion. His rational spirit influenced Buddhist and Jain thoughts also, and his systematic enumeration shaped the centuries of Indian intellectual life. So in every age, his philosophy has been rediscovered not as a relic but a living framework of inquiry, of living, understanding the Sankhya philosophy. As we stand in 2026, facing crisis of environment, technology, and identity, Kapil's voice whispers across millennia. And seek clarity, distinguish the eternal from the transient, and liberation will follow. So his contribution is not confined to ancient text. It is a compass of modern seekers, scientists, and philosophers alike. In the lattice of his 25th principle, we find not only a map of cosmos but a mirror for the human conditions. Kapil's gift was not the courage to think systematically, to trust reason along the side devotion, and to see the liberation as the fruit of knowledge. His Sankhya reminds us one of the humanity's earliest and most profound attempt to understand existence. In 2026, as we decode genomes and program a machine, his wisdoms reminds us the dance of matter is endless. But the witness, the Purush, remains untouched, eternal and free. So we have come to the end of this live stream. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward for your comments on this topic. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. and these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Are you feeling stuck in the middle class? Then this video is your guide to breaking free. We will reveal the hidden financial traps that are keeping you from true financial freedom, and we will also share the actionable strategies to escape 9 to 5 grind. You will learn how to build a passive income stream, invest for long-term growth, and develop a mindset for wealth creation. If you're ready to stop trading time for money and start building a life of financial independence, you have to stay tuned because we are going to explore all of this. Let's go. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. Look, let's be honest for a moment. Are you tired? Tired of endless cycles, the 9 to 5 grind, the bills piling up, the feeling that no matter how hard you work, you are just, trading through these waters. You might be even earning a decent income, but somehow true financial freedom feels like a distant dream. The feeling, my friend, is what I call the middle class trap. It's a comfortable cage designed by the socialite expectations, clever marketing, and often our own ingrained financial habits. So, therefore, in this video, we are not just going to talk about it, we are going to give you a blueprint, a step-by-step guide on how to identify the trap, break free from the cycle, and start building the life of financial independence that you truly deserve. This isn't about getting rich quick, it's about getting rich smart and sustainably. So, if you are ready to escape the middle class mindset and build the lasting wealth, stick around because you are in the right place. First, we need to understand what exactly the middle class trap is. It's not a poverty trap, it's a comfort trap. It's an illusion of security that keeps us from taking the necessary risks and making the bold moves required for true wealth. Let's break down the common pitfalls. We have been told to get a good job, work hard, climb the ladder, and that's fine for the security, but it often means trading all your time for money. Your income is capped, and your wealth building potential is limited to your working hours. So, as your income increases, so do your expenses. New car, big house, more expensive vacations, designer clothes. You feel richer, but you're just spending more, often, going deeper into debt. You are running faster just to stay in the same place. Credit card debts, car loans, personal loans, student loans, debt is an anchor that weighs down your financial progress. It steals future earnings and prevents you from investing in your future. We will talk about good debt versus bad debt later, but most middle class debt is a bad debt. Schools don't teach us about investing, compounding interest, or building assets. We learn by trial and error, often making costly mistakes. This isn't your fault, but it is your responsibility to fix it. So I will start, by saying that you have to invest someday. And you have to also say that, I will save more later, maybe. I will take that risk when I have more security. Someday rarely comes. Procrastination is the silent killer of the wealth. Escaping the middle class isn't just about changing your actions, It's about changing your mindset. The wealth think differently about money, the risk, and also the time. Here are the critical mindset shifts. Uh, the middle class basically consumes. They are the de facto consumers. The wealthy produce instead of just buying things, think about creating value, solving problems, and building assets. How can you create a product, a service, or investment that generates income? And the goal isn't just to earn more, it's to earn more efficiently so you can buy back your time. Your time is your most valuable asset. The wealthy focus on building systems and investment that makes more money without their active daily involvement. The wealthy understand and manage it well as well. This doesn't mean being reckless, but understanding that stagnation is often greater risk than well thought out ventures. And things like education, skills, networking, these are your most potent assets. The wealthy are lifelong learners, constantly upgrading their knowledge and expanding their network. Read books, take courses, find mentors. The middle class often think in terms of immediate gratification. The wealthy think, on the other hand, in decades. They have a long-term plan. They understand the power of compound interest and delayed gratification. All right, with the right mindset in place, let's talk about the practical steps before you jump into the big investment. You need solid foundation. These are non-negotiable. You can't control what you don't measure. Know exactly where every dollar goes. Use apps, spreadsheet, whatever works for you. This isn't about restrictions, it's about awareness and control. So, where are the actionable tips? Well, download a budgeting app or create a simple spreadsheet today. So, credit card debt, personal loans, if you have, pay it off aggressively. Every dollar you spend on interest is a dollar you can't invest in your future. Use the debt snowball or debt avalanche method to clear all of these. Aim for 3 to 6 months of living expenses in a separate, easily accessible savings account. This is your safety net, preventing you from going back into debt when unexpected life events happen. While cutting expenses is crucial, there is a limit. There is no limit on how much you can earn. There is a limit on how much you can cut, but there is no limit on how much you can earn. So, alright, are you getting paid what you are worth? Research market rates, build your case and ask for raises. Invest in courses or certification that makes you more valuable in your current job or open doors to higher paying roles. Explore ways to make extra money outside your 9 to 5 job. Things like freelancing, consulting, online businesses. These are not just extra cash, they are training ground for entrepreneurship. Pay yourself first. Let us set up an automatic transfer from your checking to your savings and investment accounts before you have a chance to spend it all. So you basically park your money and then you get over the urge of spending more. All right. So once your foundation is solid, it is time to shift your focus from solely earning money to having your money work for you. This is where the wealthy truly separate themselves. These are low cost, diversified, and hands off way to invest in the entire market, perfect for a long term growth. Max out these tax advantaged retirement accounts. The tax benefits are immense, and time is your biggest ally with compounding. Buy properties and rent them out for passive income and appreciation. This often requires more capital and effort, but can be very rewarding. The way to invest in real estate without directly owning property is also you must explore. More liquid, less management intensive, and that is the property of the investment that you're seeking. This is arguably the fastest way to build significant wealth. Whether it is a brick or mortar or an online business, it gives you control, scalability, and uncapped income potential. E commerce, content creation, consulting, digital products, low overhead, global reach, some of the ideas that I can throw right now. So there you have it, a comprehensive blueprint to escape the middle class trap and building the financial freedom you have been dreaming of. This journey isn't easy and it won't happen overnight. There will be a challenge, there may be setbacks and moments of doubt. But remember this, you are capable. You have the power to change your financial destiny. It starts with decision. A decision to stop accepting the status quo, to take control, and to build a life on your own terms. This isn't about hoarding money, it's about gaining options, option to travel, to spend more time with loved ones, to pursue your passion, to contribute to the cause you care about, and to live life on your own terms. Don't let the someday mentality hold you back. Your journey starts now. Pick one thing from this video, just one, and implement it today. So, friends, if this video resonated with you, please hit the like button, subscribe for more content like this, and leave a comment or question in the comment section below. And hopefully, you will be richer when we meet next time. So, friends, see you in the next one. Friends, we have all heard about the India's largest pharmaceutical company, that is Sun Pharma, also known as Sun Pharmaceutical Industries. And this company has just announced a massive acquisition which is worth 11.75 billion US dollars. Sun Pharma has acquired US based Organon and Company, making one of the largest outbound deals in Indian history. In this video, we break down why Sun Pharma is betting big on the US market and what this means for investors and the global healthcare landscape. Let's discuss this further. In the world of global pharmaceuticals, 11.75 billion isn't just a number, it's a statement. On April 26, 2026, India's largest drug maker, Sun Pharmaceutical Industries, didn't just make a deal, they redrew the map of global healthcare. Sun Pharma has officially entered a definitive agreement to acquire US-based Organon and Company for an enterprise value of 11.75 billion US dollars. This isn't just the biggest deal in Sun Pharma's 40 years history, surpassing even the legendary Ranbaxy and Taro acquisitions. It is one of the largest outbound acquisitions ever attempted by an Indian pharmaceutical company. But why now? Why Organon, a company only spun off from Maersk 5 years ago? And why is the stock market reacting with such intensity? Today we are breaking down the strategy, the math, and the global power play that just put Sun Pharma into the global top 25. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the deal, you have to understand the target. Organon isn't your average pharmaceutical startup. It was birthed in 2021 as a strategic spin-off from the global giant Maersk and Company. Organon was created to house Maersk's legacy brands, but more importantly to lead in area Maersk wanted to de-emphasize, things like women's health and biosimilars. Today, Organon is a powerhouse with a portfolio of over 70 products commercialized in more than 140 countries. We are talking about massive households, named franchises and contraception and fertility like Nexopalnan and NuvaRing. They also have their burgeoning biosimilar businesses, essentially high-tech generic versions of expensive biologic drugs. Before the deal, Organon was doing roughly 6.2 billion in annual revenue, but they carried a heavy burden, nearly 8.6 billion in debt left over from the spin-off. That debt made them a target, and Sun Pharma, Dilip Sanghavi saw an opportunity where others saw a risk. For decades, Sun Pharma was known as the generic giant. They were the kings of making affordable versions of off-patent drugs. But the generic market in the US has become a race to the bottom, with shrinking margins and intense competition. Sun Pharma's managing director Kirti Ganorkar has been very clear: the future is in innovation and specialty medicine. This acquisition accelerates that shift by decade. And here are the three pillars of this deal. Number one is the women health leadership. This deal instantly makes Sun Pharma a top 3 global player in women's health. This is a sticky market with high patent loyalty and consistent demand. Number 2 is biosimilar leap. Sun Pharma was previously a minor player in biosimilars. Now they jump to the 7th largest biosimilar player globally. In a world where biological drugs are most expensive part of the healthcare, having a biosimilar engine is like owning a gold mine. Number 3 is the global commercial footprint. Sun Pharma already had a presence in the US and India, but Organon gives them boots on the ground in 150 countries, including high growth markets like China, Brazil, and major European hubs where Sun Pharma was previously underweight. So now let's talk about money. Sun Pharma is paying $14 per share in all cash deal. So let's break down this $14, what it comprises of. So enterprise value 11.75 billion, equity value 4 billion, and total revenue of 12.4 billion combined. So 12.4 billion. And there is a funding. Internal cash plus they have taken a loan from Citibank, JP Morgan, and MUFG for this acquisition. Now, some analysts were worried Sun Pharma is taking on nearly 10 billion in new debt to make this happen. For a company that has traditionally been cash rich, this is a cultural shift. However, the magic math here is the profits. Organon generates incredible cash flow, nearly 1.9 billion in adjusted profit before tax. By combining the two, Sun Pharma expects to nearly double its cash flow. This allows them to pay down the massive debt quickly. The projected net debt to profit ratio is 2.3x, which in pharma's world is considered very, very manageable. So how did the market take it now? Initially, Organon shares surged over 15% just as soon as the news came out, while Sun Pharma saw a relief rally of 7 to 9%. While the relief, because investors finally saw that Sun Pharma was going to do with its massive cash pile. For years, shareholders asked, when will you make a big move? And this is that move now. But it's not all sunshine. There are risks also. The biggest risk is integration. Merging two companies of this size across 150 countries is logistical nightmare. Cultural fit. Moving a US headquartered Maersk legacy culture into Indian managed global giants takes time. And then lastly, regulatory hurdles. The deal isn't expected to close until early 2027. That's a long time for regulators, especially in the US, EU, and China, to magnify, they take the magnifying glass to basically examine the deal. So now my final verdict is Sun Pharma's acquisition of Organon is more than just a business transaction. It is a signal that Indian pharma has outgrown its pharmacy of the world label. They are no longer just the world's manufacturer. They are becoming world's innovator and owner of the global brands. If this deal succeeds, the Sun Pharma of 2030 will look less like a generic company from Mumbai and more like a global titan like Pfizer or Novartis. So friends, what do you think? Is 11.75 billion deal a fair price for the global dominance, or has Sun Pharma bitten off more than it can chew? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and for more deep dives into the deals that move the world, make sure to hit the subscribe button, and I will see you in the next one. Before I part ways, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. What really happened in 1857? Was it a Sepoy mutiny or the first spark of revolution that would change history forever? In this deep dive, we explore the explosive events of 1857 uprising and how India shook the British crown to its core. Let's go. History is rarely a straight line. Often it is defined by a single explosive moment, a spark that catches fire and consumes the status quo. For the British Empire, that moment arrived in 1857. To some, it was a Sepoy mutiny. To others, it was the first war of independence. But regardless of the label, one thing is certain. In 1857, the heartbeat of the British Empire was stuttered. Today, we are diving into the dramatic, bloody and world-changing event of 1857 uprising. How did a collection of disgruntled soldiers and local rulers manage to shake the most powerful empire on earth? Let's find out. To understand the explosion, we have to look at the pressure cooker that was India under the East India Company. By the mid 19th century, the British were no longer just traders, they were masters. They controlled the vast land through a mixture of treaties and outright annexation, and the doctrine of lapse, a policy that allowed the British to seize any princely state where the ruler died without a direct male heir. But it wasn't just the king and the queens who were angry. The common people were suffering under heavy taxation, and the soldiers, the sepoys, felt their dignity being systematically eroded. The British were dismissive of the local customs, and rumors began to circulate that the company was planning to forcefully convert the population to Christianity. The stage was set. All that was needed was a matchstick. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. That match arrived in the form of a rifle, the pattern 1853 Enfield. The new cartridge for this rifle was rumored to be greased with a mixture of cow and pig fat. Think about the implications. For Hindus soldiers, the cow is sacred. For Muslim soldiers, the pig is forbidden. To use these cartridges, a soldier had to bite off the end of the paper casing, effectively forcing them to consume materials that violate their most sacred religious beliefs. In January 1857, the outrage began to boil over. It wasn't just about religion, it was manifestation of the deep-seated humiliation. In March, a young soldier named Mangal Pandey refused to use the cartridge and attacked his British officer. His execution turned him into a martyr, and within a week, the spark in one garrison became a wildfire across North India. The rebellion officially ignited in Meerut on May 10, 1857. Soldiers marched on Delhi. the former seat of Mughal Empire, and declared the aging Emperor Bahadur Shah Zafar as their leader. The uprising was not a single coordinated military campaign, it was a massive decentralized eruption. In cities like Lucknow, Kanpur, and Jhansi, the rebellion took different forms. In Jhansi, the Rani Lakshmi Bai became an icon of defiance, leading her troops against the British with unmatched courage. For the British, the situation was dire. They were quite spread thinly, caught off guard, and for a few months they were genuinely terrified that they would be driven out of the subcontinent entirely. The invincible British administration was scrambling for its dear life. The British reaction was swift and brutal. They poured reinforcement into India and launched a series of counter-offensives that were as ruthless as the rebellion had been chaotic. The siege, massacre, and the betrayal defined the final stages of the conflict. By 1858, the rebellion was effectively crushed. But the victory came at a massive cost. The British realized they could no longer govern India through a private company. The East India Company was dissolved and control was transferred directly to the British Crown. The British Raj had begun and the political landscape of India was permanently altered. So, did this uprising fail? If you look at the immediate military outcome, yes, definitely. The British remained in control for another 90 years. But if you look at the soul of the nation, it was the greatest victory imaginable. 1857 was the moment Indians across different regions, religions, and social classes realized they could challenge the imperial giants. It planted the seed of nationalism that would eventually lead the way to freedom movement of the 20th century, which is the largest freedom movement. Finally, we got the independence in 1947. When we look back at the event of 1857, we aren't just looking at a battle. We are looking at the moment India stood up, shook the chains of colonial rule, and began the long journey towards reclaiming its destiny. So friends, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this deep dive into history, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Do you think 1857 was inevitable? Let me know, and I will see you again very soon in the next one. Hello everyone. I just wanted to take a moment to say a huge heartfelt thank you for all the wonderful birthday messages, calls, and thoughtful wishes I received. Honestly, reading and hearing from so many of you made my day truly special. It's often said that birthdays are just another day, but when you receive that outpouring of affection, it's a powerful reminder of the incredible network of people who care about you. It really does make a difference. Thank you for making my day so special and making me feel so celebrated. And that brings me to why I think the simple act of wishing someone well is so important. Whether it's for their birthday or any other occasion, a wish isn't just words. It's a small intentional moment of connection. It tells someone, I'm thinking of you and I value you. In our busy lives, these little gestures of kindness and recognitions are vital. They strengthen our bond, lift our spirits, and remind us that we weren't alone. So let's keep the momentum going. Let us continue to be generous with our appreciation and well wishes, not just for me, but for everyone. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart.
In every cafe, the ritual of espresso feels like alchemy. Steam hisses, aroma bloom, and the tiny cup promises intensity beyond its size. Yet, behind this daily magic lies a hidden order, a choreography dictated not by chance but by physics. Water under pressure doesn't simply sip through the coffee. It navigates labyrinth of particles, carving channels and balancing resistance, and of course unlocking flavors in a precise sequence. The perfect shot, that exclusive harmony of sweetness, acidity and bitterness, is less an accident of artistry than a triumph of fluid dynamics. To understand the espresso is to glimpse the invisible law that governs the flow, pressure, extraction, and where the science and the taste coverage in a single sip. So let's find out more. In the quiet hum of cafe, where the hiss of steam and the clink of porcelain cups form a familiar symphony, lies a mystery that has puzzled baristas and scientists alike. Why is espresso is so difficult to make in consistently? So one day the shot is rich, velvety, and crowned with a golden crema. The next it is thin, bitter, or sour. So behind this fickleness is not just art but physics. An intricate dance of water, pressure, and porous coffee grounds. At its heart, espresso is a story of flow. Hot water, driven by 9 bars of pressures, must weave its way through a tightly packed bed of ground coffee, and each particle is tiny labyrinth and offering resistance, redirecting streams and shaping flavor. But here lies the paradox. Coffee grounds are not uniform. They are a chaotic mix of fine dust and larger granules, creating uneven pathways. So water, ever obedient to physics, seeks the path of least resistance. It carves the channel, rushing through the looser pockets while the neglecting dense one. So the result is uneven extraction. Some grounds surrender their rich oils and sugar, while the other remains stubbornly untouched. So, before we go further, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, let's understand the coffee more. So, physicists studying espresso have turned to fluid dynamics and porous media theory to decode this puzzle. They discovered that the grind size and the distributions are critical. Too fine and the bed becomes near solid wall, choking the flow, producing bitterness. Too coarse and the water gushes through and leaving the flavor behind. The sweet spot lies in balance, a grind that allows water to permeate evenly, neither flooding nor suffocating. But the grind alone is not enough. Packing the ground, known as tamping, introduces another layer of physics. A uniform tamp creates a level surface, ensuring pressure is distributed evenly. An unseen tamp tilts the battlefield, encouraging water to rush through one side, creating a dreaded channeling. And experiment with this high-speed cameras and sensors have shown how even slightest inconsistencies in tamps can alter the trajectory of water, changing the chemistry of the cup. So temperature too also plays a vital role. Water at 92 or around 96 degrees centigrade extract a soluble compound differently depending on its heat. Sugar dissolve quickly and acids more slowly, and the bitter alkaloid last of all. So, a stable temperature ensure these compounds emerge in harmony, producing the balance complexities Expro is known for. So fluctuation, however, is like a timeline. It creates a timeline, and too cool and acidity dominates, too hot and the bitterness overwhelm. So recent breakthrough came when the physicist modeled espresso extraction using computational simulations. They created the coffee bed as a porous medium, alike to soil or sandstone, and applied equation of fluid flow. The model revealed that the consistency improves not by maximizing the extraction but by accepting the slight reduction. In other words, aiming for 20% of extraction rather than pushing towards 25% yield more reliable results. So this counterintuitive insight reframe the espresso not as a quest for perfection in every particle, but a balance across the whole bed. For baristas, these findings are liberating. So they suggest that the precision tool grinding with uniform burrs and tempers with calibrated pressure machines with stable thermal systems are not luxuries but necessities for consistency. So they also highlight the artistry of restraint. Knowing when to stop purchasing the last drop of flavor and instead embracing the physics of flow. So, beyond the cafe, the implication ripples outward. Espresso became a metaphor for complexities in porous system. From oil recovery to geology to drug recovery, delivery to in medicines. The same equation that describe water through coffee grounds can model fluid through tissues or rocks. So, in this way, the humble espresso shot connects the morning ritual to scientific frontiers. And so, the next time when you sip perfectly balanced espresso, remember it is not just the skill of barista nor the quality of beans, but the invisible hand of physics guiding every drop. So within that small cup lies a universe of equation, a symphony of flow, and the quiet triumph of science over chaos. So in the end, the pursuit of perfect espresso is not simply about taste. It is about harmony between science and ritual. So every shot embodied the law of flow and the resistance, the balance of heat and pressure, the subtle choreography of countless particles yielding their essence to water. So what once seemed like a chance is revealed by physics in motion and a quiet order beneath the chaos. So each cup becomes more than a beverage. It is a distillated lesson in precision, patience, and the beauty of natural laws. So to savor the espresso is the savior of triumph of science made tangible, where the flavor flows as predictably as equation, yet still feels like a magic in the hand. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. We look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, the mystery of our third interstellar visitor has finally been solved. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery of 3I Atlas and the incredible journey astronomers took to trace its path back to its source. For years, we wondered where this high-speed wanderer originated, but the answer is more chilling than we ever imagined. While Oumuamua and Borisov gave us the glimpse into the other star systems, 3I Atlas is different. New data reveals it was born in an environment of absolute extremes and extreme cold galactical origins that challenges everything we know about how comets and the planetary system forms. Let us explore this further. In the vast silence of ocean of the cosmos, things usually stay in their place. Stars keep their clusters, planets follow their tracks, but every once in a while, a ghost appears, a wanderer. In 2017, we saw Oumuamua, a bizarre cigar-shaped shard that defied explanation. In 2019, we saw 2I Borisov, a rogue comet that looked familiar but felt alien. But now in 2026, we have the third visitor, which is 3I Atlas. In fact, 2025, but we are still tracking in 2026. When it first appeared in 2025, July 1st, we knew it was fast. We knew it was big. But as it sped past our sun and began its long journey back into the void, it left us a parting gift, a chemical fingerprint. For months, the world's most powerful telescopes from Alama Array in high desert of Chile or the James Webb Space Telescope have been staring at this frozen traveler. And the data just came back, and we are now finally, we know where the 3I Atlas came from. And this truth is, it is colder than anything we have ever imagined. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why 3I Atlas is so terrifying, we have to look at what it is. Astronomer calls it an interstellar object. It wasn't born in our solar system. It didn't form near Jupiter or just in the Oort cloud. It's an immigrant from another star system, likely ejected billions of years ago. On April 24th, 2026, a team from the University of Michigan led by astronomers Teresa Caureno and Luis Salazar Manzano published a paper in Nature Astronomy that changed everything. They weren't just looking at the comet's shape, they were looking at its heavy water, specifically deuterated water or HDO. In our solar system, comets have a specific ratio of regular water to heavy water. It's like a biological signature of our sun's birth. But 3I Atlas was different. Its ratio of heavy water is 30 times higher than any comet in our solar system, and it is 40 times higher than the water in our own oceans. This isn't just a slight difference. This is a neon sign screaming that this object was born in an environment we can barely comprehend. So what does this heavy water ratio tells us? It's a thermometer for the deep past. Chemical processes that create this much deuterium only happens in extreme conditions, specifically temperatures below 30 Kelvin. that is minus 406 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 253 degrees Celsius. Imagine a place so cold that even the atoms themselves seems to move in slow motion. This is where 3i Atlas was born. But here is a kicker. Astronomers think it didn't just come from a cold planet. It likely came from a loner star. Our sun was born in a crowded nursery surrounded by sibling stars that provided heat and radiation. But the home star of 3i Atlas, it was like outcast born in a dark, isolated corners of the Milky Way, where there was no other star keeping the neighborhood warm. Scientists are calling it a cold galactic origin. This comet is essentially a 10 billion year old ice cube that has preserved the chemistry of a dead, frozen era of our galaxy. If the temperature doesn't haunt you, the age will definitely do. Our sun is roughly 4.6 billion years old, and we think that is ancient. But 3i Atlas initially estimated that it could be 11 billion years old. Think about that. When 3i Atlas was forming in its dark frozen cradle, the Earth didn't even exist. Our sun didn't exist. The Milky was a completely different shape. This object has been drifting through the vacuum of space for twice as long as our entire world has been alive. It is a cosmic fossil. It has survived the death of its home star, the collision of galaxies, and the slow expansion of the universe, all to end up in our backyard for a brief month, right? You might be wondering, why does it matter if the rock is cold and old? It matters because 3i Atlas is the mirror. By studying its chemistry, we aren't just learning about the random comet, we are learning about the diversity of the universe. Until now, we thought our solar system's recipe was standard. We thought water was simply water. But 3i Atlas shows us that there are regions of galaxy where building block of life are fundamentally different. If the comet had crashed into a young planet in its home system, that planet would have ocean filled with heavy water. Would life even be possible there? Or would it be a world of heavy biology fundamentally incompatible with us? As we speak, 3i Atlas is moving at 137,000 miles per hour. It has already passed Jupiter. It is heading back into the interstellar dark, away from the warmth of our sun that briefly woke it up from its long slumber. We may never see it again. In a few years, it will be just another data point in our archives, but it leaves us with a terrifying, beautiful realization: the universe is much, much bigger, much older, and much colder than we dare to believe. We have just, warm up little campfire in a very, very cold forest, right? So, friends, what do you think about this? If you have any question, do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you want to keep up with the latest from the deep freeze of space, hit that subscribe button and stay curious. This next visitor could be the right around the corner. So friends, see you in the next one. But before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base. which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello दोस्तों, नमस्कार. Have you ever wondered why most strategy fail? And what is the CEO's secret to lasting business success? In the world of constant disruption, quarterly shifts, and the fleeting trends, how do you build a business that actually lasts? Therefore, in this video, we try and decode one of the most profound lessons from Bhagavad Gita and apply it to modern executive leadership. The verse is verse 16 mentioned in chapter 2. For the modern CEO, this isn't just a philosophy, it is a high level strategic framework for resilience and decision making. Let's go. Welcome back, friends. If you are a business leader or an entrepreneur, you know the feeling. You are looking at the screen filled with red and green numbers, tracking the latest tech disruption, or worrying about the pivot in the global supply chain. We are taught that the change is the only constant. We build our career on being adaptable, on being agile, on being predicting the next big thing. But today, I want to challenge that. I want to invite you to look at your business and your life through a lens that is thousands of years old. We are looking at the single verse from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 16. It's a verse about finding the indestructible in a world that feels incredibly temporary. It's about how a CEO, if you only focus on changing surface of the business, you will burn out. But if you tap into what never changes, you become an unstoppable centered leader. And the verse quote, and the quote starts, that which is temporary is not the ultimate reality, because the ultimate reality is unchangeable and indestructible. This is the conclusion derived by the wise who have pondered on the subject at length. And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed. Let us break down the boardroom. The temporary is your revenue targets, your current product cycle, your marketing trends, and your stock price. These things change. They are, by definition, the temporary realities, and therefore they are volatile. The ultimate reality is which is unchangeable and indestructible, is the core purpose, the foundational value, and the human essence behind your business. Think about it. Has the fundamental human desire for trust, quality, or genuine connections ever changed? No. Technology changes and also how we deliver that value, but the hunger for that value is constant. The wise, as the text says, know that you must build your strategy on the permanent while managing the temporary. So why do most business fails? Not because their tech wasn't good, but because they lost the sight of their ultimate reality. We live in a cycle of constant reactivity. A competitor launches a new feature, so we pivot. The market dips, so we slash our culture and also budget. We treat our company like it's only the temporary numbers. When you do that, you lose your center. You become a leaf in the wind. Verse 16 is a wake up call. It tells us that if you are only chasing the temporary, you are chasing an illusion. You are building on sand. A CEO who identifies entirely with the temporary success of a quarter will experience fear when that success fades away. Definitely, But a CEO who operates from the unchangeable, their vision, their ethics, their commitment to service, that CEO lead with calm, indestructible authority. So, how do we apply this tomorrow morning to our work, to our daily life? First, conduct a reality audit. Take your current projects and ask, is this a temporary tactical move, or is this rooted in our indestructible core? If it is temporary tactic, like a pricing shift, that's fine. Manage it, but don't worship it. Don't let your self worth or your company identity be defined by it. Second, focus on the indestructible. What is that one thing about your company, if you were to remove it, would make your company cease to exist, to be itself? For many, it's a core belief in innovation or deep customer empathy. There is, the ultimate reality. When the market are chaotic, double down on that core, and that is what provides stability for your team, your investors, and also yourself. As a leader, your job isn't just to predict the future. Your job is to anchor your team in the present. When you show up with the understanding that while external circumstances are constantly shifting, your integrity and purpose are unchangeable. Your team gains confidence. They stop fearing the disruption because they see you as a leader standing in the ultimate reality. You become the eye of the storm. So, if I leave you with this reflection, what in your business is temporary? Please find out. And are you mistaking it for your ultimate reality? Also, you need to work on this, right? So, this is a task for today. Pause, ponder, and realize that most successful, long lasting businesses are those that mastered the art of holding the temporary with a loose grip while anchoring themselves firmly in the indestructible. So, friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for joining in. Take this lesson, lead with clarity, and build something that truly endures. See you in the next one.
The idea of robots living alongside us has been belonged to the realm of science fiction. Yet today it is edging into the reality. With the debut of AI-powered robot designed specially for home use, the boundary between futuristic imagination and everyday life is dissolving. These machines are no longer confined to factory floors or research labs. They are stepping into kitchen, living room, bedroom, promising to transform the domestic routine. The debut of AI robots for domestic use is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one also. It sparks curiosity, inspires hope, ignites debate. So, are we welcoming helpful assistants into our lives or surveillance device disguised as a companion? The answer may shape not only the future of our household but also the broader relationship between human and intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence has begun to step out of the research lab and corporate offices into the most intimate of the space, our home. So debut of AI powered domestic robots marks a turning point in consumer technology, one that blends convenience with controversy. So these machines are designed to handle everyday tasks, tidying rooms, monitoring energy use, assisting with cooking, or even offering companionship. And this appeal lies in the promise of freeing up time, reducing household stress, and creating a seamless, smart living environment. For many consumers, the idea of robot that can anticipate the need and act autonomously and feel natural is the next step after smart speakers and connected appliances. Yet, the excitement is tempered by uneasy, and that is privacy debate over flared almost immediately. Unlike a vacuum robot that simply mop your floor plans, and these new AI robots can equipped with advanced sensory cameras, microphones. So they don't just clean, they observe, interpret, and learn. That means that they are constantly collecting data from household routine, personal habits, even private conversations. So, for some, this feels like inviting a surveillance device into the living room. The questions become who owns that data and how securely it is stored. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward, the consumer interest is undeniable. Early demonstrations have drawn crowds, and pre-orders suggest a strong demand. Families imagine robot that can help elderly relatives, parents, and vision assistants with the childcare. And the professionals see value in delegating some routine work. So, but alongside with enthusiasm, the critics warn of the risk of dependency and erosion of boundaries. So, if a robot can recognize emotions, respond to the stress, and adapt to the personal preferences, does it cross into the territories of replacing human interaction? So, and if the companies monetize the insight gathered from these robots, does the home cease to be a private sanctuary? So, this tension between innovation and intrusion defines the current debate. On one hand, AI robot for home use could actually revolutionize the domestic life. It can provide easiness in the domestic life, making home safer, more efficient, and more responsive. On the other hand, they raise profound ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and surveillance. The debut of these robots is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one too. It actually forces society to grapple with what we value more: convenience or privacy, automation or intimacy. For now, the spotlight remains on consumer curiosity. The allure of futuristic living is strong, and many are eager to experiment. But as adoption spread, the conversation will inevitably shift from novelty to accountability. The home, once the most private space, is becoming the next frontier for AI, and how we navigate this frontier will shape not only our domestic life but also our broader relationship with technology. The arrival of AI robots in our home is more than a technical upgrade. It is definitely, as we are discussing, cultural shift. These machines promise efficiency, they also promise safety, and even the companionship, yet they are that is a challenge of our notion of privacy, intimacy within the household. So, as consumer embrace this, and society must also confront the deeper questions: how much of our personal lives are we willing to share with the machines, and who ultimately control that information? So, So that is that whether they become a trusted helper or controversial intruders will depend only on the technological itself, but also value we choose to uphold as we invite artificial intelligence into our most private corners of our lives. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The vast expanse of India's mythological and spiritual heritage, Jamadagni emerges as a figure who embodies both wisdom and strength. A sage of Bhrigu lineage and one of the revered Saptarishi, he was not confined to meditation alone. His life was a rare fusion of scholarship and martial mastery. Jamadagni's household was a sanctuary of Vedic learning where the sacred hymns were preserved, transmitted, yet It was also a place where the science of weaponry, the art of warfare were refined into discipline of dharma, that is righteousness. His bow, Saranga, and his knowledge of Dhanur Veda symbolize the union of intellect and arm, teaching the weapon are not instrument of conquest, but the guardian of righteousness. Jamadagni's life was not merely about personal achievement, it was about shaping the legacy that would endure through his son Parshuram, the warrior sage who carried forward his father's vision of dharma defended by strength. Thus, Jamadagni stands at the crossroad of meditation and battlefield, of the scholarship and strategy, reminding us that the true greatness lies in the harmonizing wisdom with power. In the tapestry of ancient Indian tradition, Jamadagni stands as a figure of profound duality. At once a sage immersed in spiritual wisdom, and the other part he is the master of martial science. His life reflects the delicate balance between pursuit of knowledge and the necessity of defense, between the serenity of meditation and the discipline of warfare. Jamadagni's contribution to the science of weaponry and the art of warfare are legendary. As a descendant of great sage Bhrigu, he inherited not only the spiritual insight but also a deep understanding of martial techniques. Ancient texts describe him as a custodian of Dhanur Veda, a branch of knowledge that encompass the use of bow, arrow, and divine weapons. His bow, Saranga, became the symbol of his mastery, later passed on to his son Parshuram, who wielded it into a campaign against the Kshatriyas. Jamadagni's teaching emphasized discipline, precision, and the ethical use of force that is also applies on warfare. It was not just for the conquest, but for the protection of dharma, which is righteousness. In this way, he elevated martial science into a sacred art and inseparable from moral responsibility. The bow of dharma can be seen in the modern cybersecurity and AI governance. Our digital weapon, algorithms, data, and code must be aimed at protecting truth, justice, and not the exploitation. The legacy reminds us that the technology is powerful only when aligned with the ethical purpose. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, yet the Jamadagni was not merely a warrior sage. His spiritual and scholarly contribution are equally profound. As one of the world's revered Saptarishi, he played a vital role in preserving and transmitting the Vedic knowledge. His devotion to meditation, or spirituality made him a beacon of righteousness. His household became the center of learning. Legend recounts his ability to command nature itself, receiving boons from Surya, the sun god, and harnessing the divine cow, Kamadhenu, which symbolize abundance and substance. These stories reflect his stature as a sage who could bridge the material and the spiritual, guided by, and definitely that will help in guiding humanity towards balance. This was very important in the context of making the balance. If we think deeper and find out in 2026, that is actually more relevant. This continuity reflects how knowledge passes from one generation to the next, and today's AI pioneering inherit both innovation and responsibility. The art of war in 2026 is not not just about weapon, but about navigating global conflict in cyber space, in trade wars, and AI ethics. Jamaat Agni's story reminds us that every new generation must weld its tool with wisdom. The tragedy of Jamadagni's death, slain by the men of King Kartivirya Arjun for refusing to surrender Kamdhenu, underscores the eternal tension between the spiritual authority and the worldly power. His martyrdom ignited Parshuram's vow to rid the earth of oppressive rulers, ensuring that Jamadagni's legacy lived on not only in a scholarship but also in action. Through his son, his teaching on weaponry dharma were carried forward, shaping one of the most dramatic cycle in Hindu mythology. So Jamaat Agni's life thus embodies a rare synthesis, the science of warfare tempered by spiritual wisdom. He demonstrated that true mastery of arms must be guided by restraint, ethics, and devotion to higher principle. His scholarly contribution ensured the continuity of Vedic tradition, while his martial legacy empowered future generation to defend righteousness. And him, the sage and the warrior, were not opposite, but actually it is kind of a two-face of one life dedicated to preservation of dharma, that is righteousness. Now, if we see in the context of 2026, this mirrors actually how nations and corporations debate the ethical use of AI autonomous weapon. Just as Jamaat Agni's insisted on restraining, today's leaders grappled with ensuring AI-driven defense system remain accountable to human values. So Jamaat Agni's life is a reminder that the pursuit of wisdom and the mastery of strength are not opposite paths, but a complementary one. As sage, he safeguarded the Vedic tradition, nurtured the scholarship and the spiritual discipline. As a master of weaponry, he elevated warfare into a sacred science, teaching that arms must serve the righteousness rather than ambition. His martyrdom at the hand of worldly power underscores the kind of softness of spiritual authority. Yet, through Parshuram, his legacy endured and ensured that righteousness would always find a defender. So in Jamaat Agni's, we see the rare union of scholar, warrior, and meditation, and of course the meditation and the battlefield. His contribution continues to inspire, remind us that the true greatness lies not in domination, but in harmonizing knowledge with the responsibility and strength with virtue. So Jamaat Agni's contribution lies in his rare synthesis, and also it also reminds us, his story continues to inspire us, remind us that wisdom, strength must walk hand in hand. So please send your comments and subscribe our channel for more insight into Indian mythology and spirituality. See you in the next one. But before we close this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, is your leadership strategy built to last, or is it just surviving the current quarter? This is a very difficult question. If you know the answer, you can share it in the comments below. Otherwise, in this video, we will explore a transformative lesson for modern CEOs from Bhagavad Gita. While the business landscape is defined by the volatility, rapid disruption, and endless cycle of creative destruction, this ancient wisdom offers a profound perspective on resilience and vision. Let's go. If you are a CEO today, you are likely operating in a state of perpetual crisis, whether it's a market disruption, rapid technological shifts, or the relentless pressure of quarterly results. It feels like the body of your business is constantly under threat. But what if I told you that the most successful long-term leaders in history, the one whose impact span generations, has have a secret, and it's like sharing a secret in this video. It's not a new management framework or better AI tool. It's a 5,000-year-old perspective on reality. Today, we're looking at CEO's immortal strategy derived from one of the most powerful verses in Bhagavad Gita, which is chapter 2, verse 20. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's look at the verse. The verse starts and the quote begins, "There is no birth or death for the soul, nor does it ever cease to be. It is birthless, ageless, eternal, without a beginning or an end. Even with the destruction of the body, the soul is not destroyed." And the quote close. In a business context, what is the body and what is the soul? The body is your current product line, your quarterly revenue, your office space, even your current job title. These are temporary. They shift, they rise, and inevitably they undergo changes or destruction. What is the soul? This is your company's core purpose, its mission, and your fundamental vision. These are the aspects of your business that are ageless and eternal. The mistakes many CEO makes is attaching their entire identity and their entire strategic focus to the body while ignoring the soul. So how does a CEO operationalize this? How do you apply immortal thinking to the finite quarterly cycle? There are a few things that you need to do. First, stop managing the decay. When you focus purely on the body of your business, the metrics that fluctuate, you live in a state of fear. You fear losing market share. You fear the next innovation that might make your product obsolete. But if your strategy is rooted in your core purpose, you stop fearing death. You start disrupting, and you think that is not the end. But as shedding of the old to the make way for the new, that is what you do as if you are not fearful, right? You're not holding on to things. Second, decoupling identity from the outcome. The most effective leader is like obsessed, observed, and those who can sit in the board meeting, face a disaster revenue report, and remain completely unshaken. Why? Because they know that a bad quarter is not the death sentence for their mission. They view their leadership as a process of service, not just just a game of numbers, etc. Third, think in eternity cycle. If this company were to disappear tomorrow, what value would remain? What is the soul of your brand? When you answer that, your daily decision changes. You stop chasing short-term growth at any cost and start building a legacy that truly outlasts your tenure. When you realize that your purpose is birthless and ageless, the stress of the current situation changes from heavy burden into strategic challenge. You are no longer fighting for survival, you are executing a vision. This isn't about being passive or ignoring the bottom line, it's about being unshakable. An immortal strategy means you're playing a game that no one can force you to quit. It transforms your leadership style from reactive management to proactive creation. So, as you head back into your week, today is Monday, right? I want you to ask yourself one question. Are you currently over invested in the body of your business, or are you nurturing its soul? The business might face challenges, the market might change, but if you lead with this eternal perspective, your vision remains indestructible. If this resonates with you, we can discuss it further if you have any specific question. What is the soul of your business? How do you protect it during the hard times? Please drop a comment below and let's keep this conversation going. And I look forward to receiving your thoughts. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And remember, lead with purpose, think with eternity, and stay unshakable. See you in the next one. Hello, friends. Welcome. Namaskaram. Are you obsessed with hitting your target at the expense of your performance? If yes, you have reached the right place, because in this video, we explore a transformative management philosophy from Bhagavad Gita. The ancient concept of Nishkam Karma, performing your duty without attachment to the result, might sound counterintuitive in today's performance driven culture. However, it is actually the secret to sustainable growth, sharper decisions making, and long term business success. Let us go and explore this concept further. As a CEO or an executive, you are defined by your results. You live and die by the quarterly reports, the growth percentage, and the share price and the KPIs. If you miss, you answer for it. If you hit, you get a pat on the back, and then you are expected to do even better next quarter. It's a relentless cycle, but I want to ask you a question that might sound counterintuitive. What if your obsession with the result is actually the reason you have not got the result that you want? In the corporate world, we are conditioned to believe that we aren't fixated on the outcome. We aren't serious about the business. But today, I'm going to share a perspective from 5,000 years ago, which is Bhagavad Gita, specifically chapter 2, verse 47. That suggests that exact opposite of whatever we think, whatever the modern playbook tells us. It suggests that the secret to exponential growth isn't about obsession. It's a profound strategic form of detachment. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let me know name of your city and the country so that we are in a position to ascertain reach of our video. All right, let's move ahead. Let's look at the psychology of the high performance. When you are a hyper focused on the result, let's say a specific revenue target, you inadvertently do three things that damage your business. One, your current tunnel vision. When you only look at the target, you ignore the peripheral data, the market shifts, and the subtle innovation that could actually move the needle. Number two, you inject fear in your culture. If the CEO is terrified of missing a number, that fear cascades. Your team becomes risk averse. They stop innovating because innovation, by definition, involves risk of failure. They play it safe to hit the number, and in doing so, they miss the massive opportunity. Next, you lose your cognitive bandwidth. Stress isn't just an emotion, it's a biological drain. When your brain is occupied with what if, we don't hit the number, you have less mental energy to solve the complex problem that actually drives the number. We have all seen the result obsessed leaders. They are reactive, they are micromanaging, they are usually burnt out. But there is a better way to lead, a way that is ancient yet arguably more relevant to the modern business landscape than ever before. Let's look at the verse. It is one of the most famous line in Bhagavad Gita, and the quote starts, "You have a right to perform your prescribed duties, but you have no right to the fruits of your action." Quote close. At first glance, this sounds like it goes against everything we teaches in business schools. No, right to the results. Yes, if you don't care about result, won't I fail? That's a big question that you might ask me. No, this is a misunderstanding. This is not a philosophy of passivity. It is a philosophy of extreme ownership of the process. Think about it like an archer. You can control the stance, the grip, the breath, and the release of the arrow. Those are your duties. The target is 100 yards away. Can you control what happens to the arrow once it leaves your bow? No, a gust of wind could move it, the target could shift, etc. If you're obsessed with the target, your hand shakes, you overthink, you tense up. But if you are entirely focused on the process of the shot, the technique, the result becomes a natural, inevitable consequence of your skill. In business terms, your duty is the strategy, the team, the culture, the product development, and the customer experience. Those are the archery skills. The revenue, the market share, the stock prices, those are the wind and the target. They are the outcome. The verse is telling you put your heart into the work because that is the only thing you actually control. So, how do we apply this in our boardroom? How do we use this to drive our growth? First, shift the KPI focus. Don't just track lagging indicators, things like revenue, profit, the result, etc. Heavily weigh your management towards leading indicators like employee management, R&D, progress, customer satisfaction, scores, etc. These are the duties you control. If you master these, result will come automatically. Number 2, foster safe failure. If you detach from the fear of outcome, you can give your team permission to experiment. When the team knows that a failed experiment isn't a career ending disaster, they innovate, they move faster, they uncover the next big product. It is how you drive growth by removing the paralysis of outcome anxiety. Third, gain the CEO's composure. When a market crash happen or a competitor undercut you, the result obsessed CEO panics. The detached CEO assess the situation calmly because their ego isn't tied to being the person who never fails. They can pivot, adapt, and iterate with cold, clear head. The paradox of Gita is that by letting go of the desperate need for the result, you actually become more capable of achieving it. You work smarter, not harder. You lead with clarity instead of chaos, etc. The most effective leader I've studied are not those who spend every waking hour trembling about the bottom line. They are the ones who build incredible systems, nurtured incredible teams, and focus obsessively on craft of building the business, not the result. The result weren't their masters. The result was a byproduct of their excellence. So here is a challenge for the next 3 months, for the next quarter. Identify the things you're doing solely because you are afraid of the result, and then shift your energy. Pour it into the process, pour it into the people, pour it into the strategy. Let go of the outcome and watch how much more effective you can drive the growth that you're looking for. Because when you stop shaking from the pressure of the result, your aim becomes incredibly steady. So, friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective resonated with you, I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments below. What is one process you have been neglecting because you were too busy chasing a result? Let us discuss this further in the next video. Friends, have a nice day ahead, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello, friends, and namaskaram. What would happen to the global economy if the humans suddenly lost the ability to lie? Very important question, and therefore, in this video, we dive into the fascinating thought experiment. If honesty became the only option for every human on earth, which major industries would collapse first? From high stake advertising to political campaigning to the complex world of corporate PR and everyday sales, we analyze the business model that depends entirely on the white lie. Let's go. Imagine waking up tomorrow in a world where white lies are physically impossible. You go to work, your boss asks, "How was your weekend?" And instead of the polite, "It was great, thanks," you are compelled to say, "It was miserable. I spent the whole time stressed about this presentation." Now imagine that the same filter or lack of thereof applied to every transactions, every advertisement, and every political speech on the planet. Today, we are embarking on a thought experiment. If the humanity suddenly lost the ability to deceive, which industries would crumble under the weight of the absolute truth? We are looking at the sectors built on foundation of the lie. First, let's look at the titan of the industry that might face the swiftest collapse, which is advertising. Market is often described as the art of persuasion, but let's be honest, it frequently relies on misleading implications. Think about the weight loss supplement that claims this pill will help you shed pounds. Is it a lie? Technically, it might work for one person, but implies a result that isn't a universal result or a guaranteed result. If human couldn't lie, ads would have to become terrifyingly literal. No more the best coffee in the world. Just this coffee is produced by a factory that pays its employee minimum wage and use medium quality beans. The industry spent billions on creating a vibe rather than conveying the data. If we strip away the aspirational imagery and exaggerated promises, the entire multi-trillion dollar advertising machine would grind to an halt. Then there is the classical industry, which is used in the as a car salesman. We have all heard the stories about the cars that is in perfect condition, right up until the moment it leaves the garage. This industry relies on information asymmetry, the idea that the seller knows the flaws and the buyer doesn't. If a salesperson was suddenly incapable of omitting the fact that the transmission is failing or that the vehicle was in floods, business model would implode instantly. It's not just cars. It's any business where the seller holds more information than the buyer. In a world of absolute truth, buyer beware disappears, replaced by seller forced to confess. Without the ability to bury the bad news, these transactions would become either brutally honest or non existent. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's talk about the industry that thrive on the spin, which is politics. The public relation is in many ways the art of controlling a narrative by selecting which truth to be highlighted and which to bury. If the politicians are incapable of lying, the standard campaign trail would disappear overnight. Imagine a debate where a candidate is asked, "How will you fund the tax cut?" And they are forced to say, "I have no idea. I'm just saying this to get your vote." The political apparatus, which is built on campaign promise that was rarely kept, would require a total restructuring. It wouldn't just be very embarrassing, it would be immediate crisis of legitimacy for governments worldwide. We have to touch on the corporate office too. The white lie is a grease that keeps the professional engine running. Your presentation was great. I will get right on that. Or it's not you, it is the company restructuring. Research shows that maintaining these lies take immense mental and physical energy. While honesty is generally better for our health and stress levels, our professional culture is built on a layer of social cushioning. If that layer vanishes, the HR department would be overwhelmed and the professional relationships would either shatter or become purely fictional, right? The office wouldn't be necessarily go bankrupt, but the culture of modern workplace would be unrecognizable. So if the marketing, used car sales, political campaigning are in the danger zone, what would survive then? The industry is based on hard facts and tangible value: engineering, scientific research, and logistics. When you are building a bridge, you cannot spin the structural integrity. The truth is forced upon by the gravity itself. The company would survive and thrive are the ones that have been selling truth all along. In a world without lies, transparency becomes the ultimate competitive advantage. Ultimately, a world without lie would be a world of radical efficiency, but it would also be incredibly painful. We rely on these little lies to maintain our social fabric. So, what do you think, friends? If we had to choose one industry to wipe off from the map of the earth, would it be advertisers, the politicians, or the car salesmen? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into what if of our world. Thanks for watching. I will catch you again very soon.
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators, and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry, and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this. शिकागो की ठंडी हवाओं के बीच भारतीय संस्कृति की गर्माहट से जगमगाता है हिंदू टेम्पल ऑफ ग्रेटर शिकागो। ये केवल ईंट पत्थर से बना मंदिर नहीं, बल्कि प्रवासी भारतीयों की आस्था, परंपरा और आत्मा का जीवंत प्रतीक है। यहाँ की घंटियां जो गूंजती हैं वो हमें भारत की मिट्टी की याद दिलाती हैं, और स्वामी विवेकानंद की मूर्ति हमें उस ऐतिहासिक क्षण की ओर ले जाती है जब उन्होंने 1893 में शिकागो के विश्व धर्म सम्मेलन में भारत की आध्यात्मिक धरोहर का परिचय दिया था। आज 2026 में ये मंदिर न केवल पूजा का स्थल है, बल्कि भारतीय समुदाय जो कि अमेरिका में स्थित है, वहाँ के समुदायों की एकता, संस्कृति और विवेकानंद के विचारों का वैश्विक केंद्र बन चुका है। इसकी भव्य वास्तुकला, विशाल गोपुरम और शांत वातावरण हर आगंतुक को एक संदेश देता है और धर्म और आध्यात्म सीमाओं से परे ले जाता है। चलिए जानते हैं उसके बारे में कुछ और। हिंदू टेम्पल ऑफ ग्रेटर शिकागो अमेरिका में भारतीय संस्कृति और अध्यात्म का एक जीवंत प्रतीक है। यह मंदिर न केवल पूजा अर्चना का स्थल है, बल्कि भारतीय समुदाय की पहचान और स्वामी विवेकानंद के विचारों का वैश्विक केंद्र भी बन चुका है। इस मंदिर की स्थापना का विचार 1970 के दशक में भारतीय प्रवासी समुदाय ने किया और 1977 में इसकी नींव रखी गई और 1980 के दशक में लमेंट और इलिनॉय में 18 एकड़ भूमि पर इसका निर्माण आरंभ हुआ। 1986 में राम मंदिर का उद्घाटन हुआ और बाद में शिव जी और गणेश जी और दुर्गा माता के लिए भी मंदिर बनाए गए। ये मंदिर धीरे धीरे भारतीयों के लिए सांस्कृतिक और आध्यात्मिक केंद्र बन गया है। अगर उसकी वास्तुकला की बात करें तो राम मंदिर का निर्माण दक्षिण भारत की चोल शैली में हुआ है और इसका विशाल गोपुरम, जिसको प्रवेश द्वार कहा जा सकता है, वो भी चोल शैली में बनाया गया है। हिंदू टेम्पल ऑफ ग्रेटर शिकागो की भव्यता इसमें आप देख सकते हैं और दक्षिण भारतीय शैली का ऊंचा गोपुरम लगभग 80 फुट ऊंचा है और दूर से ही श्रद्धालुओं को आकर्षित करता है। शिव जी, गणेश जी, दुर्गा माता का जो मंदिर है वो कलिंग शैली में बना है। उत्तर भारतीय शैली का सफेद संगमरमर शिखर पर है। सामने कमल और ताल हैं और मंदिर भी है। मंदिर के आसपास बहुत भव्य बगीचे हैं तथा पीछे की तरफ पहाड़ी पर स्वामी विवेकानंद की प्रतिमा है। दोनों मंदिरों को जोड़ने वाला जो प्लेस है वो सामुदायिक केंद्र, सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रमों का स्थल है जहां पर उत्सवों का भी आयोजन किया जाता है। मंदिर परिसर प्रकृति सौंदर्य से घिरा हुआ है, जिससे यहाँ आने वालों को शांति और आध्यात्मिक ऊर्जा का अनुभव होता है। बाईं ओर भगवान राम, सीता जी और लक्ष्मण और हनुमान जी की मूर्तियां हैं और मध्य में भगवान शिव जी, पार्वती और गणेश जी की अलौकिक उपस्थिति है। और अगर थोड़ा आगे बढ़े तो दाईं ओर माँ दुर्गा का और भगवान वेंकटेश्वर की जो भव्य प्रतिमाएं हैं यहाँ पर। और पूरे जो वातावरण को पुष्पमालाओं, दीपों से सजे रहती हैं और सुनहरी तोरण से मंदिर को और सजाया जाता है और ये देवालय मंदिर की आत्मा को, सारी सजावट इसे जीवंत कर देती है। अगर माना जाए कि आज के युग में इस मंदिर का महत्व क्या है, तो आज 2026 में यह मंदिर भारतीय प्रवासी समुदाय का केंद्र है। यहाँ दीपावली, नवरात्रि, जन्माष्टमी, रामनवमी जैसे बड़े पर्व बड़े उत्साह से मनाए जाते हैं। ये मंदिर नई पीढ़ी को भारतीय संस्कृति से जोड़ता है और अमेरिका में भारतीय पहचान का ये एक उदाहरण है, सशक्त भी करता है। साथ ही ये स्थान विभिन्न धर्मों और संस्कृति के बीच संवाद और समझ का भी माध्यम है। अब आगे बढ़ते हैं और बात करते हैं स्वामी विवेकानंद आध्यात्मिक केंद्र के बारे में, जो इसी प्रांगण में स्थित है। मंदिर परिसर से एक अलग स्वामी विवेकानंद का स्पिरिचुअल सेंटर है। यहाँ ध्यान, योग, आध्यात्मिक प्रवचन आयोजित होते हैं। पास ही विवेकानंद हिल पर उनकी 10 फुट ऊंची कांस्य प्रतिमा स्थापित है। यह प्रतिमा 1893 में शिकागो के वर्ल्ड पार्लियामेंट ऑफ रिलीजन में दिए गए उनके ऐतिहासिक भाषण को याद दिलाती है। यह अमेरिका में सार्वजनिक स्थल पर विवेकानंद की पहली प्रतिमा है। आगे बढ़ते हैं और 2026 में ये केंद्र युवाओं और प्रवासियों के लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत है और विवेकानंद के विचार, जो कि बहुत ही प्रोफाउंड है, उठो जागो और लक्ष्य को प्राप्ति तक एक्चुअली मत रुको, ये बहुत ही ज्यादा एक हाँ, तो आगे बढ़ते हैं। हम बात कर रहे थे कि जो विवेकानंद की अ, जो सीख है उसके बारे में। उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि सेवा ही धर्म है। विवेकानंद ने सिखाया कि मानवता की सेवा ही ईश्वर की सच्ची पूजा है। उन्होंने कहा जितना तुम दूसरों के लिए करोगे उतना ही तुम्हारा जीवन महान बनेगा। और युवाओं के लिए बहुत ही प्रेरणादायक उनके विचार थे जो बहुत ज़्यादा आजकल सार्थक है। उन्होंने युवाओं को राष्ट्र निर्माण का आधार बताया। उनका विश्वास था कि यदि युवा जाग जाएंगे तो भारत फिर से विश्व गुरु बन सकता है। और अगर बात करें तो धर्म के बारे में उनका क्या कथन है, वे कहते थे कि धर्म का अर्थ केवल पूजा नहीं बल्कि आत्मा की शक्ति को पहचानना। उन्हें सभी धर्मों में समानता और सहिष्णुता का संदेश भी दिया है। और शिक्षा का उद्देश्य बहुत जरूरी है जानना जब हम विवेकानंद के बारे में बात करते हैं। विवेकानंद के अनुसार शिक्षा का लक्ष्य ज्ञान प्राप्त करना सिर्फ नहीं है बल्कि चरित्र निर्माण करना भी है। उन्होंने कहा शिक्षा वह है जो मनुष्य को आत्मविश्वास और साहसिक बनाए। इसके अलावा उन्होंने स्त्री सम्मान और समानता पर अधिक जोर दिया। उन्होंने महिलाओं को समाज की रीढ़ की हड्डी कहा और उनके उत्थान के लिए बहुत सारी बातें कही और राष्ट्र निर्माण से उस स्त्री उत्थान को उन्होंने जोड़ा। हिंदू टेम्पल ऑफ ग्रेटर शिकागो, जैसे कि पहले बताया गया कि पूजा का स्थल नहीं है बल्कि भारतीय सांस्कृतिक अध्यात्म और स्वामी विवेकानंद के विचारों का भी वैश्विक केंद्र है। 2026 में ये मंदिर भारतीय समुदाय को एकजुट करता है, नई पीढ़ियों को अपनी परंपराओं से जोड़ता है, दुनिया को संदेश देता है कि धर्म और अध्यात्म सीमाओं से परे हैं। और यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंच चुके हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमसे जुड़े हैं। इससे हमें अपने चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में मदद मिलेगी। अब आगे बढ़ते हैं अपनी चर्चा की तरफ। हिंदू टेम्पल ऑफ ग्रेटर शिकागो की सफलता केवल उसकी भव्य और आध्यात्मिकता नहीं है बल्कि उसके सुचारू प्रबंधन और समर्पित लोगों में भी निहित है। इस मंदिर का संचालन भारतीय प्रवासी समुदाय के स्वयं सेवकों और प्रबंधन समिति द्वारा किया जाता है। समिति में विभिन्न पृष्ठभूमि के लोग शामिल होते हैं। व्यवसायी हैं, शिक्षक हैं, इंजीनियर हैं, सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता हैं जो अपने समय और संसाधन मंदिर की सेवा में लगाते हैं। मंदिर का प्रबंधन केवल पूजा पाठ तक सीमित नहीं है बल्कि इसमें सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रमों का आयोजन, शिक्षा और योग कक्ष की क्लासेस की व्यवस्था तथा सामुदायिक सहयोग को भी शामिल किया गया है। यहाँ बड़े उत्सव और आयोजन में सैकड़ों स्वयं सेवक सक्रिय रहते हैं जो भोजन, सुरक्षा, यातायात और अतिथियों को देखभाल करने में अपना सहयोग देते हैं। अब आगे बढ़ते हैं, बात करते हैं फिर और दोबारा से स्वामी विवेकानंद आध्यात्मिक केंद्र का संचालन के बारे में। ये भी एक विशेष रूप से किया जाता है। यहाँ पे प्रशिक्षित लोग इसका संचालन देखते हैं। यहाँ ध्यान, योग और सत्रों के लिए शिक्षक, प्रवचन के लिए विद्वान और आयोजनों के लिए समर्पित कार्यकर्ता जुड़े रहते हैं। ये केंद्र युवाओं को विवेकानंद के आदर्शों से जोड़ने का प्रयास करता है और उन्हें जीवन में अनुशासन, आत्मविश्वास और सेवा की भावना सिखाता है। 2026 में ये मंदिर और इसका प्रबंधन भारतीय समुदाय की एकता और सहयोग का उदाहरण है। यहाँ पर हर व्यक्ति अपनी भूमिका निभाता है। कोई दान देता है, कोई समय देता है, तो कोई सेवा करता है। यही सामूहिक प्रयास इस मंदिर को जीवंत और प्रभावशाली बनाते हैं। और अंततः हिंदू टेम्पल ऑफ ग्रेटर शिकागो केवल धार्मिक स्थल नहीं है बल्कि एक सुव्यवस्थित संस्था है और यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं वो डेफिनेटली संस्कृति और विवेकानंद स्वामी के विचारों को विश्व भर में फैलाने का कार्य करते हैं। हम अपनी चर्चा के अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं। यदि आप इस मंदिर के बारे में आपने सुना है या यहाँ पर दर्शन के लिए गए हैं, तो कृपा करके अपनी सोच और तस्वीरें टिप्पणी बॉक्स में साझा कीजिए, कमेंट बॉक्स में हमसे शेयर कीजिए। साथ ही स्वामी विवेकानंद की शिक्षाओं पर आपने कुछ अनोखे विचार हैं तो उनको भी हमें लिख भेजिए। इसके अलावा कृपा करके हमारे चैनल और को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। तो आपसे फिर मुलाकात होगी बहुत जल्द, तब तक के लिए विदा। Before the robotic arms and AI entered the operation theater, a healer in ancient India was already reshaping the future of medicine. Sushruta, the legendary father of surgery, carved his legacy not with the medicines but with wisdom, precision, and compassion. In Sushruta Samhita, he described rhinoplasty, cataract surgery, and anatomy with astonishing details. Centuries ahead of his time, and in today 2026, as medicine balance in innovation with ethics, his voice echoes across the millennia. Let's find out more about him. In the annals of medical history, few names shines as bright as Sushruta, the ancient Indian physician whose vision and practice earned him the title of Father of Surgery. So, living around the 6th century BCE in Kashi, the modern Varanasi, Sushruta was more than a healer. He was teacher, he was philosopher and innovator who believed medicine was a sacred duty rooted in compassion and discipline. His legacy, preserved in Sushruta Samhita, continues to resonate even in 2026 as the world seeks balance between cutting edge technology and holistic care. Sushruta Samhita is monumental text spanning 186 chapters covering surgery, anatomy, pharmacy and pediatrics, taxology and prevention medicines. Within its page, Sushruta described surgical techniques that astonish modern readers also, like rhinoplasty using skin flaps, cataract surgeries by lens removal, and lithotomy for bladder stones and obesities, a procedure to save mothers, especially in critical conditions. He catalogs over 300 bones, 700 vessels, and a wide array of surgical instruments. So, demonstrating a mastery of anatomy that was centuries ahead of its time. His insistence on hygiene, diets, and lifestyle as pillar of health foreshadows even the modern preventive medicines. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward on this wonderful topic, Sushruta's contribution was not merely technical. He emphasized on ethics, compassion, and the morality of responsibilities of physicians. So, in an age where the artificial intelligence and robotics are entering in operating rooms, his reminder that the healing is both science and art, and that feels especially both the things combination and the field definitely you will also agree is very urgent even in 2026. Technology may enhance precision, but the human touch, empathy, respect, and ethical judgment remains irreplaceable. In 2026, Sushruta's relevance is striking. As reconstructive surgery advances, his pioneer in rhinoplasty techniques are recognized as a procedure to modern plastic surgery. As integrative medicines gains traction, his holistic approach, combining surgery with Ayurveda, diets, and lifestyle, offers a model for sustainable healthcare. And as a global health system grapples with the pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas, his vision of medicines as moral duty provides timeless guidance. So, Sushruta's life reminds us that innovation is not only about inventions but about foresight. He anticipated the need for structured surgical training, insisting that students practice on watermelon or animal carcasses before operating on human. As a principle, echoes even today's medical simulations. He saw the physician not as a technician but as a custodian of life, entrusted with both skill and conscience. So in 2026, Sushruta's voice echoes across millennia. His cave of knowledge, like that of Bat Cave of virus ecology, teaches vigilance and balance. He reminds us that the medicine must evolve and serve the humanity, and the healing is a dialogue between tradition and innovation. His contribution is not a relic of past, but a living lesson for the future. So, definitely, and this is something, his legacy is not definitely we should read, we should appreciate, and we should also follow the footstep what he has put across for human development, human health development. So his legacy, as I said, is not definitely a relic. It's a living compass pointing us towards future where the healing is both precise and compassion. So we have come to end of this interesting topic. I will request you to like and subscribe our channel and look forward for your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this live video, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
What if the universe grand finale isn't millions of years away, but lurking closer than we dare to imagine? Quantum physics, with its razor-sharp recalculation, is rewriting the cosmic script, hinting that the end of the everything may arise sooner than our star-lit dreams allow. In this dance of particles and probabilities, the cosmos itself trembles and reminding us that the existence is not eternal but executively fragile. So let's find out more about this. For centuries, humanity has gazed into the night sky, wondering not only how the universe began, but how it might end. Now, theories have ranged from eternal expansion to a cyclic rebirth, and each shaped by mathematics of cosmology and the evolving lens of physics. Now, recent recalculation in quantum physics have unsettled this cosmic narrative, suggesting that the universe is ultimate fate may arrive far sooner than once imagined. Now, at the heart of this revelation lies the delicate interplay between quantum mechanics and cosmology. Traditional model relied heavily on Einstein's general relativity, which described the large-scale structure of space-time time and moving forward. Yet that this theory also says that relatively alone cannot account for the strange and probability behavior of particles at the smallest scale. The quantum physics, with its uncertainty in the principle and the wave function, has begun to rewrite the script by applying this quantum correction to cosmological equation. The researchers have found that the lifeline of universal decay, and whether through heat, death, vacuum collapse, or a big rip, may be dramatically shortened. Now, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine our reach of the channel. So, moving forward. So, one recalculation actually focus on quantum vacuum, the seeing energy field that underpin the reality. While once thought to be stable, new models suggest that it may harbor the instabilities that could trigger a catastrophic phase transition. Now imagine space-time itself suddenly reconfiguring like ice melting into the water, but on the cosmic scale, such an event would actually ripple outward and at the speed of light, rewriting the law of physics and its spread. The unsettling implication is that the universe apparent calm may mask a tricking quantum clock. So another line of inquiry actually examined dark energy, the mysterious force driving cosmic expansion. Quantum actually refinement is actually its behavioral hint, and that definitely gives few clues of expansion may accelerate to the destructive extremes. So galaxies, stars, planets, even the atom could eventually be torn apart in a big rip. What was once projected trillions of years into future now appears closer, and perhaps within a fraction of that time scale. So the recalculation do not pinpoint on an exact date, but they shift the horizon from comfortably abstract to hauntingly convincible. So for humanities, these findings are both humbling and inspiring. On one hand, they remind us that our fragility, suspended into universe and whose rules are still being deciphered, On the other hand, they underscore the power of science to illuminate mysteries and once thought unknowable. Now, when we talk about quantum physics with its paradox and probabilities, it is not merely a tool for particle accelerator. It is a key to understand the existence itself. So, philosophically, the shortened timeline actually forces us to confront the questions of this meaning. And if the universe is finite and its end nearer than expected, what does that imply for human behavior, human hard work, and human endurance? Some argue that it heightens the urgency of exploration and compelling us to seek new worlds and new knowledge while the time remains. The other see is as a call to cherish the present and to recognize the fleeting beauty of existence and against the backdrop of cosmic impairments or kind of deletion of the existence. Now, in the end, the recalculation do not spell say, or it doesn't give a kind of an impression of doom. So much so they also expand the perspectives in all the scenarios. The universe may be more fragile, more dynamic, and more unpredictable, but we imagine, that's what we imagine, and yet within that uncertainty lies wonder. So you will also agree in this concept. To live at the moment with the quantum physics reshapes our understanding of cosmos and is to stand at the edge of revelation. And the stars above are not merely distinct light, they are the markers of stories whose ending may be closer but earlier as we thought. But this meaning is also ours to write and rewrite our future ahead. So the cosmos whisper of sobering truth and the and may be actually distinct abstraction, but the horizon inches closer with each quantum click and each quantum tick which is happening. Yet within this fragile countdown lies a greatest gift, the chance to marvel, to discover, and to create meaning in the fleeting brilliance of existence. The universe may be finite, but wonder is infinite, and so is a human spirit to explore more, and it is our to carry until the very last of star fades. That's what the exploration, the zeal of living ahead, or finding more finite and or infinite brilliances and in life and in cosmos ahead. So we have come to the end of this video, and thanks for watching. We look forward for your comments on this topic, and please like and subscribe our channel. We'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. and also it has a civil base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.